Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Okay. How are we doing? Late as always. I'm not even a minute late, bro. I'm okay. Can you hear the fan in the background? I don't know. Other stuff. What's wrong? What have I done wrong, basically? And how are we all doing, chat? It's Jid. My goat. Jid, you can just join if you want, by the way. I don't know why I had in my head that you're away from your PC, which I still feel like you might be, but if you're not, then you can join. Yo, Eternal Flame, what is up, my guy? English or Spanish? Get this brain rot out of here, although I do very much appreciate the $5. That's huge from Eternal Flame. Goated YouTuber. Absolutely goated. How are you doing, Flame? Thank you very much. No PC yet? Yeah, I thought so. It's a shame, you just have to sit and watch me, Jid. I'm doing very good, thank you. My surgery was a big success. And, I mean, I say big success, I'm alive. I was in a lot of pain, but it's, you know, I'm good now. We all good. What's up? Mirage, Leonard. 100% not a scammer. Yo, what's up, Jaff? I hope
hello.
Everyone should remember Jaff.
Should hope so. I'm a frequent character.
Yeah.
How is everyone doing?
Oh, to be honest, I'm surprised we've got 20 already, considering the state of JJK content creation at the moment. No one gives a fuck.
State of just JJK in general right now.
Yeah. When are you gonna say the theories?
Oh.
Bro, we're like not even 2 minutes into the stream. We'll get there in a sec, don't you worry.
The theories. The pre-established theories.
We don't script this shit, man. It's just pure waffle.
It's off the cuff.
Yeah.
Off the cuff. All the way through.
Todo Peak, I was just thinking that the other day. Todo deserves so much love. He's the GOAT. I can't believe bro got a Yuta shirt. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I got a GOJO one as well. But, of course, if there's a Yuta one available, I have to get it. Like,
it's gonna get purchased, isn't it?
Yeah. It needs to be done.
Was anyone ever in doubt?
It sucks, by the way. That casual Kusakabe comment, as always. Right, yeah, what's up?
Should we go through the itinerary for what the plan is for today?
Yeah, for sure. Well, as you can see, my totally not clickbait title, 263 predictions. We haven't actually spoken about like the last 2 chapters, at least not on stream. So definitely go through that a bit and then see what we got cooking for the next chapter. And then we're also gonna react to some stuff on stream. I'm gonna show Jaff some things that I've been working on, some things that I've just found on YouTube because I've gone down a little One Piece rabbit hole since most of my time, especially because like obviously I was stuck in hospital for a bit. I've just been rinsing through One Piece, so and that's
news.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do today. Just sort of have a little chat about JJK and then react some cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. It's a good plan of attack. Plenty of time to do so. So
I think I
261 and 262.
Yeah.
Really?
6. Wait, we did.
I should probably pull up your chat as well, so I know what's going on. I'm getting slandered or not.
Yeah, we definitely did 260.
Yeah.
261 and 262.
Yeah. I've got notes for 261. I've got no notes for 262.
I mean, what's there to take note of in 262? Nothing happened.
Yeah. I suppose it's a couple of pages. So. Right.
You promised me a live stream a month ago, and then you kept asking for a live stream, and I said I wasn't going to do it for another month, and I didn't intend to make good on that promise, but here we are. His only chance is activating the merger. I think that's true if Yuta manages to get rid of Malevolent Shrine, which I think is his purpose here. It would be very strange if nothing is achieved and then he just dies. Also, mainly because there is no other way we're getting out of Malevolent Shrine. Like, everyone else is cooked. Just so cooked if he's still able to use that thing. But yeah, the merger, I think, will come into place soon. I also think no one has correctly predicted how it's going to come into play, myself included.
I just think it's so open-ended, so broad, we just don't know what's going to happen with it. It's like it could go so many different ways with things, like plot points we may not even be aware of yet. I think it's easier to predict stuff closer in the story because we've got so much more substance, but the further away you look, and like the merger, even though it's been mentioned a lot, it's still very vague. It's been intentionally vague as well. And I think the more that we spitball around it, probably the more we're going to give ourselves red herrings and send ourselves on different paths. And
yeah, for sure.
Not the best. It seems to me like a headcanon's wet dream. Because like you could take that anyway, you know?
People will interpret it how they want, and then they tend to like go, this is, because it's so open-ended and so confusing, a lot of people tend to decide what they like and then don't budge from it. They kind of trick themselves into going, this is the only thing that makes sense. And that's when you get into proper headcanon territory. Like, just need to let it happen.
Yeah. I think the problem is, as well, is the more you to go down that rabbit hole of predicting the manga yourself is when the actual, you know, ending comes out or the result of the merger comes out, it's going to be slightly disappointing because it didn't live up to your headcanon or a theory you watched on YouTube, which was really cool in your opinion. I think it's better to just sort of speculate, but don't go too in depth because we just don't have enough to, you know.
That's a pretty ironic point to make on a prediction stream.
Yeah,
but you're right.
we're predicting sort of near future events. I feel like the merger is the next major plot point after these next sort of 10, 15 chapters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw an interesting thing. The only thing that I've kind of... Because I don't think about the merger too much, but someone put in a comment earlier, a point I always make when people say Sukuna is going to activate the merger is about the condition of the culling game players need to be dead, right? Someone pointed out that with... so Higuruma supposedly dead, right? Kashimo dead. Takaba unknown, but possibly dead. And we have Yuta, who technically died, but maybe not. Like, it could count as a death. You know how, like, he killed Yuji, but then also revived Yuji? Like, it's very possible the culling games counted that as Yuta's death, right?
Yeah.
And then Maki doesn't count because no cursed energy. Hikari is currently unaccounted for, and Yuji is alive. But Hikari and Yuji are now, if that's the case with Yuta, technically, I'm pretty sure they're just the only two left until that becomes a non-issue. And then the merger can just be activated. So it's actually not as much of a, like, impossible condition as I thought it was. Assuming that Kenjaku did take out, like, Uro is potentially still running around out there, you know?
Yeah, and that's why I think that the next 10 to 15 chapters will see the next major plot point, and we'll start getting a lot more exposition and narrative surrounding the merger and what it entails, or, you know, realistically what it is, because right now we're still in the dark about a lot of it, and sort of the end goal of, you know, that side of the story.
I don't think Scammer, Jays, and Kusakabe said Miwa, but I don't think we ever got confirmation Miwa actually entered the culling games.
I have no idea. I'm just trying not to make a comment and not be wrong.
I don't care if I'm wrong. Fuck it. Like, just... No. Miwa, there's no way she entered the culling games. I think that's so dumb. What's she gonna do? Take out a lot of flyheads? Like, what would be the point of that? And all Kusakabe says is facts. Yeah, okay. But yeah, anyway, so enough about merger stuff. 261 was... interesting.
You could call it that.
It caused a lot of drama because of the whole Yuji tossed aside thing, which I don't think is without reason. it's not just Gege disrespecting his main character. It is building up. Like, that's not Yuji's final moment being a badass. People seem to think that, like, that's just, you're like, Yuji's kind of sideline now. That's not how it works. Gege does stuff for a reason. I don't think he would do something like Sukuna just tossing him aside. Like, literally tossed him aside without, you know, it building up to something. Because as much as I'm a big fan, there's no way Yuta kills Sukuna. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. And I also think that giving other characters big moments isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not shifting the focus away from Yuji's main character potential. It's just shifting, you know, it's just shifting the focus to a different aspect of our fighting force right now. You know, if it was just 30 chapters of Yuji, like, slowly progressing and learning new shit, I'd get bored, personally. I'm not sure about other people, but that would just, you know, unless it was groundbreaking shit every week.
Yeah, unless we're actually,
I think it would just get
getting
bored.
somewhere with it,
Yeah.
as opposed to just Yuji keeps chipping down Sukuna's output by, like, Black Flash, a cleave. You know, it's gonna get repetitive without anything actually happening and progressing forwards. And I feel like such a big thing, like this Yuta appearing in GOJO. Okay, wait, pause. Yuta inheriting, you know, GOJO's body is like a very big thing. It's very different to just like the normal style of, oh, Todo's back, good to just like increase the hype and then beat up Sukuna some more, and then Kusakabe gets a solo chapter, increase the hype. Miguel's back, you know. This is different to one of those sort of hype reveals. This is actually going to have some real impact. No offense, Kusakabe.
Storyline impact. You know, it's a, I think it's a tie-in of two really, really important characters in the story. And I think it's also a really, really good way of Gege sort of killing both of the strongest off, even if Yuta doesn't survive this. I think this, in the grand scheme of the story, is such an intelligent play to be able to cull two characters while also giving them sort of the endings they deserved.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, showing the genius of Yuta in his final moments, being able to make this such a nuanced plan to, you know, take over the most powerful and then do that little bit extra just to get the rest of the force over the line. I think that's much more of a sort of interesting plot point than, oh, look, he's back. Look at his new powers.
Yeah. And I'm just going to read this real quick. Yeah, I was looking through the chapter recently, and I actually don't see anything about. So I remember, I think it was in Miyamura's like rough translations. It said something about Kenjaku does something special to transfer his techniques. I was reading through TCB, and I cannot find that panel. I can't find that as being a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying, like, if anyone knows what chapter that is, because I'm realizing now, I'm pretty sure the only time we've actually seen that stated is just in a Miyamura translation. So
yeah,
you know, it's not like, I think sometimes people get a bit it's not Miyamura's fault by any means, because we're all grateful to have him, but you have to take everything with a pinch of salt, and I feel like people just sometimes read that, not the actual chapter, and then, you know, everything sort of spirals a bit. If it's not said, then, oh yeah, wait, it might be in the fan book. That's true. I think that might be where it is. But either way, like, it's not been stated or shown in any way whether Yuta has any ability other than Limitless right now, because obviously we know that he is running Infinity, which means even if he wanted to use, I mean, that rules out the curse technique being constant activation, because he can't run. I mean, I guess it doesn't, because Kenjaku can do this. Whatever. It's not constant activation. He's using Limitless. He's using Infinity, which means even if he does have Copy, he can't use it while that's active. So we don't know whether he has that or not yet. There are reasons to argue for both. So saying, oh, he's really OP, he should beat Sukuna, or he's just a worse GOJO, is like, they're both valid because we don't know. That's the issue with the 7-page chapter, is we learned nothing from that.
Yeah, exactly. We've got so many more questions than answers right now, and a 3-week break really hasn't helped the situation.
Yeah, for sure.
it sort of killed the momentum, and I feel like a lot of people are like, and sort of going back to your plot point about getting the early translations. Like, I know John Wherry is at best an imbecile, and at worst something much worse. But we do have to take those translations as canon. We can't be taking Twitter people's translations, as great as they are and as great as leaks are early in the week. We can't go off what they say because that isn't the canon. We have to wait and go off of what we get produced.
And the thing is with fanbook information is the fanbook is old, right? The fanbook is very old, and a lot of people really like to ignore that at the beginning of the fanbook, there is a big disclaimer that says anything which is stated in this fanbook, which is like not confirmed, like already canon stated within the actual manga itself, is subject to change. There is a disclaimer that says that. But people take it as like, nope, it says this in the fanbook when Gege, did a Q&A 4 fucking years ago. And they're like, nah, this has to be how it is. Not necessarily the case. Gege can so easily switch up. And because we know Gege hasn't, like, planned everything as well, there is lots of aspects of the story that he is doing, like, as he goes. Because he says that as well. So it's very subject to change. As much as I think it is mostly reliable, don't get too obsessed with it, is what I'd say. You think Yuta's going to kick the bucket? Yeah, I think it's very possible Yuta dies, but I think he's going to have an impact. Like,
100%.
So many people managed to read Chapter 262. Genuinely, this is just what Agenda has done to the community, but so many people read 262, and from the last panel, they concluded Yuta is already dead. They concluded he died in that. The amount of people who were saying that on Twitter that Yuta is now dead, like he lost. He got punched in the face and died, is outrageous. It's so dumb. Like, they had the whole conversation about the Fujiwara and Sugawara and Yuta's relation to them coming up again in that chapter is no coincidence. Like, he's not just gonna die and then it's gonna mean nothing. Gojo literally says, you could have been born even more blessed than me. And we really think that was dropped there just to, like, kill some time? Just so Gege can fill out some panels? Like, no, that's gonna have an impact. So, even if Yuta ends up dying, he's already, like, part of this cog, basically, which is turning the story forwards in terms of, like, him becoming a monster, doing this whole Gojo thing, showing that he understands Gojo, and now he understands him more than anyone because he literally has his memories. Like, he is Gojo right now. So there's going to be a lot to this. So even if he does die, it's not as simple as, oh, he lost, he died, it was, he's a fraud. You got to look at it from a story perspective. You got to leave Agenda behind for a minute, Yeah.
I'm just looking at this final fight as like almost a game of chess. Yeah. You've got differing pieces along your side, and you were literally trying to knock 2 pieces off the board. One being Arame, and the other being Sukuna. Obviously an incredibly powerful foe, and you need to use all of your pieces left. You have some pawns, like Yurinos, and, little things like that. You have some bishops, as in, like, your Wee, and then you have your heavy hitters. The heavy hitters are always going to have the most impact, and I feel like up to this point, the heavy hitters had, like, left their mark all the way through, and they've been done justice.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone has got a role to play. Even Charles Bernard, sitting at the side, like, watching from his iPad, has had a role to play, giving Yuta that ability. Literally everybody. Mei, such a, like, irrelevant character in the grand scheme of things, has been doing so much work. You can't see it, because you don't really see her much, but her crows, crucial. Like, ever since Gojo vs. Sukuna started, crucial. And it's really nice to see, like, everyone gets a turn at something.
The way I look at it as well, is like in Infinity War. I know it's a bit of a weird comparison, but in the MCU, when they're fighting Thanos on that alien planet, and they all have to sort of work together to overcome this sort of unstoppable foe, and you're seeing it, and I think JJK does it so much better because it gives people those isolated moments where there's only a 2-on-3, like a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 or even a 1-on-1 at sometimes. Shout out to my boy Kusakabe, held his own, and like, there's even more quality moments by doing it that way and having it stretched out over, 20, 30, 40 chapters compared to seeing it in a 4, 5, 6 minute cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh, cutscene, scene. My God. But you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think the Thanos example is actually great. That's basically what it is you have a load of, like, much weaker opponents all finding a way to do a job. And also, a lot of the weaker characters can do a lot for the stronger characters to give them a better chance. So, Ino set Yuji up in his fight very well. When he dropped the knife on his face, he summoned the dragon to give Yuji an opening. All the people who gave Yuta techniques, Kusakabe, buying time for Miguel to come in, and then, like, Miguel save Wee Wee, just everybody all together is helping everyone else, and of course no one thinks Kusakabe is gonna solo Sukuna, except from Kusakabe, but, it's nice to see that everyone has a very big impact when you look at the chain of events on how they affect their fellow sorcerers, because there's no way Yuta could have done anywhere near as well as he did if he hadn't got Jacob's Ladder, the Charles's future sight, that kind of thing. If he doesn't have those abilities, he's just not going to do as well. Simple as that.
I think a perfect example and a perfect character to look at is LaRue. Such an insignificant character on his own, and then you look at the chapter where he's most effective, and it's the Black Flash chapter where Yuji hits all of those. Would he have been able to do that without LaRue's support? Probably not, because of all of the intricacies and nuances to LaRue's ability. It's just such an interesting dynamic between all of these characters, and you never really know, because these, like, especially Miguel and LaRue, they weren't aligned with us originally.
Yeah.
These are characters with different end goals to the people that we are supporting.
I still want to know why, but yeah.
Yeah, but yet we're seeing them, sort of integrate with the good guys, and you're seeing characters which were originally enemies, like a guy which was fighting Gojo in one of the, the first season, the first couple of chapters. Now he's fighting with us. Like, that sort of mentality switch is just such a cool aspect, that there's an evil worse than us. We've got to band together and fight it.
Mirage said, I want Maki to be more useful. Brother, Maki took out Sukuna's heart and one of the arms, and also kept him busy for a hella long time in a 1v1. A 1v1. The only people, I'm pretty sure, who have taken him, like, in a proper 1v1 have been Kusakabe, briefly, and Gojo. Like, even in Yuji's fight, Ino was kind of about doing stuff, right? A 1v1 where you're actually throwing hands is crazy. And the hand, taking that hand, and the heart, I guess, but the hand is the easier thing to see. Such a big impact. Like, it's huge.
Yeah. Kusakabe, that's sort of her whole point, is the fact that she's a sneak attack merchant. I know you're saying that sarcastically, but that is literally her entire shtick.
The invisible woman, bro. Like, what?
Yeah, she's uber powerful, and she's invisible to see. That's like, hello?
Gonna talk about
Stop
Miguel.
Plating Kusakabe.
Nah, Kusakabe deserves it. I'm not gonna lie. I love Kusakabe. He is a goat. But yeah, I think, something that we've also got to see on my point about, so many things being in play. It's not going to be as simple as, Yuta just dies, and then Todo dies, and then Malevolent Shrine opens, and Yuji expands a domain which is suddenly randomly as strong as Sukuna's, which a lot of people think is going to happen. I don't think it's realistic, because Yuji, as the main character, deserves a build-up, not arse pulls. So, the Yuta Yuji swap, the soul swap, there are some really good theories, very, viable theories that I think it probably is that, but it's not confirmed why. Like, what was gained from that. So, that's something that I'm also waiting for an answer on, and I think will probably be important soon, because it was it wasn't elaborated on at all. It was just sort of dropped in a different conversation, which is normally something that you would do when you're hinting at something that will be important later on.
It's an indicator of a callback, really, isn't it? If there's just a sort of piece of text where you think, that doesn't really make sense, and it's in a conversation which the rest of it makes incredible sense, and you think, hold on, that doesn't really fit. Chances are it's going to get called back on, and you're going to be like, right, that's why it makes sense. I just want to call back to Mirage saying, her sneak attack didn't even do much, though. And my brother, it went straight through his heart. And the amount of issues that caused throughout the rest of the fight is Like I don't think that it could have done much more without even just like killing him.
Yeah.
I'm sort of at a loss there. I think you need to go back and reread the chapters.
And I still think, like, people are overlooking how damn important it is that he's got 2 of the same side hands gone. Because that means no world cutting slash. And that thing has been deadly. Like, Yuta, he literally was at a point, and I know, like, I'm genuinely not trying to push agenda here. I'm being dead serious, but you guys need to realize that Yuta had a very big impact with Yuji and Rika in that domain. It was huge. It literally pushed Sukuna to the point where he had to use world cutting slash. It's not like against Maki or any other time, like against Kashimo, where he is playing around with his new toy. It's the point where the narrator was like literally in a desperate situation. He's getting smacked by Jacob's ladder, held in place. None of his output for cleave or dismantle is enough to kill Yuta or Yuji, and it was needed. It was required. So taking that out of play completely is huge, and that is on Maki and Yuji.
I think that's the difference in the world cut and slash. You saw it as one of 2, like, sort of ideologies when it got thrown. It was either a flex or it was out of desperation.
Yeah.
And I think we've only seen that desperation sort of when you just spoke about.
Yeah. And obviously it was needed for GOJO as well, but...
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I sort of don't even classify that as the rest of the story. That's an isolated incident. That's just the strongest fighting. You can't compare those to anyone else, really.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose now in the recent chapters you can with GOJO.
No, he got punched. He got punched in the face. He's gone back down to grade 4 again. Okay, minus 2,000 aura. We can't put him on their level. All right, people have been claiming that this version of Yuta is weaker than the normal version of Yuta because they're so I didn't even engage when that chapter came out, and Twitter was like on his ass. I think I wrote something like, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let you guys dig your own graves, and we'll come back to it in 3 weeks, and you'll see. Like, you know, it's not my problem. Just look like morons. Can Maki get a power up? I mean, I think she got stronger over the training. I don't think she'll have like an awakening because she's had like 3 of those already. But yeah, she can get stronger.
I think we're at her power. Like, I don't think she's going to get another power up.
Yeah, not an awakening.
I think she'll get stronger, but I don't think there's another step. If you get what I mean. I think it's just sort of
experience is her.
Yeah,
obviously. Thing now. Yeah.
You know, and being able to get more, you know, confident in her abilities, and all of that is obviously going to come with time, you know.
For sure, yeah.
But I don't think there's like a case of, oh, she's going to learn a whole new kit, or she's going to do this. Like, she may get a new sword, or something like that may happen. But I don't think there's like a Hakari power up coming.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be the same.
Speaking of Hakari, what do you think the odds are that we actually get a Hakari chapter for 263?
I desperately don't want that to be the case.
After that 7-page chapter, I agree.
And I need more time.
Oh, I see.
I need more time. But no, I don't think there's the right time to switch. I think last week was the best time, I think. Well, whenever we spoke last, that was probably the best time to do it.
Yeah.
To switch perspectives. And then that would have probably been, you know, the ideal time to switch to, like, you know, 6 or 7 chapters with that fight. And then ping back.
I kind of want to see Arame's reaction to, I mean, Arame was convinced it was over when Sukuna pulled out the fire arrow, and all the fire arrow really achieved was turning Chozo into a microwave-ready meal, so now that he's also back fighting, like, a version of GOJO again, I imagine Arame's, like, surely the facade's dropping a little, like, must be getting a little bit stressed now. Because nothing they've said is really, like, coming through, you know?
I really don't think Arame would ever be, like, stressed about Sukuna.
Yeah.
I think they are that devoted and that rock steady in their devotion to Sukuna and the almighty power of Sukuna. And I think that even to his last breath, she will be convinced that he will win. I think we may get a panel or two if the chapter is specifically like long.
Yeah.
Or, because they only drop the 7 pages, they may give us, I don't know, 22 as opposed to 16. If that happens, I could imagine 2-3 pages being Arame Hikari focused, maybe a little bit of a fight. That's it. I don't think we're going to get our big sort of end into that.
That's fair.
For a little while.
Do we think for chapter 263, do we think that there is going to be a situation where one of the domains collapses and requires re-expanding? Most likely from Yuta. Or do we think it's going to be settled in this single domain clash?
Give me 2 seconds. Let me just pull up 262.
Right. Because again, nothing's really happened in this clash yet. Like, nothing deciding has really happened.
Like, honestly, I don't think we've seen enough of the fight yet to even sort of...
It's hard to see where it's going.
Yeah. And I don't really, like, sort of know where it could even go. Because it's one of those chapters where there's so much sort of... I always label it as fake science. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's made up science in the universe to explain their powers. And there's so much of that. There's so much exposition. I feel like another chapter like this next week or tomorrow or whenever could do the same and completely change our understanding of how the fight is going or where it's taking us. Because we've only had a little bit, within these 3 minutes, I'll damage Sukuna to the point of we've all read the chapter. I just don't know where it's going to go next. It's literally just exposition for pages. And then they give us 7 pages and they're like, right, there's a load of theory. Talk amongst yourselves. We're off for 3 weeks. That's the way that I've sort of looked at this chapter, is sort of cut your teeth on this while we're gone. Everyone argue amongst yourselves and we'll pick up the pieces when we're back.
Yeah. I mean...
And now that I'm saying that, I could even see a perspective switch being the case.
I don't think it's the right choice, but I see it as a possibility. No. Like, it seems like the kind of thing that would happen, especially if it's very possible that the chapter was ready or, like, somewhat ready, and Gege had to put something out, and he put out that 7-page chapter so that, like, when you come back from the break, I feel like if you leave things off with a full Hikari versus a Rame chapter, it doesn't create as much tension when you go off on a break, as opposed to having a shorter chapter with that sort of tone that it had of, like, Yuta gets punched, and then it shows, like, his old body as, like, a kind of a lifeless corpse. That creates a conversation to kind of keep the hype somewhat alive over the course of the break. But if you're going to take a break, I feel like having a Hikari Arame chapter, even if it was ready, wasn't the kind of thing he'd want to put out. So it's very possible, I think, that Hikari Arame is on the cards. As much as I don't think it's really the time, mainly because I just desperately want to see what's going on in the domain.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be surprising, I don't think.
I could even see a perspective shift back to the crowd at base camp.
Yeah,
and sort
Shoko.
of... Well, yeah, and even a sort of reaction to this hybrid. Because although we've seen the reactions to everyone when the plan was originally formulated, we haven't really seen the reactions to now that it's actually happened. We haven't had those real intimate moments between the characters. I can't imagine Jojo's feeling sort of Shoko's feeling sort of great here. It's it's rough. It's a rough situation for the whole character cast. Well, except for Sukuna, but
he's loving it.
I think it's time that we sort of get a view of how everyone else is doing back there. There's a lot of people unaccounted for, and I feel like a head count would be sort of justified because we haven't had one for a little while.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Yuji's take on it is going to be important. I can't lie, as much as it's, like, kind of annoying at times. I found it so funny. All the memes about Yuji's gonna, like, lose his shit and then kill Yuta for taking over GOJO. Obviously, that's a bit extreme, but I can imagine, like, I feel like his reaction, having him not known the plan, like, this is a surprise to him, should be important. Even for just like, it doesn't have to be like a full chapter, just a little moment or a panel of Yuji having like a certain facial expression or just something he mutters under his breath, you know, like some kind of reaction that plays on with like the theme of being a monster and with Gojo as well. I feel like would be a really impactful thing to have, because we didn't really get that last chapter and a lot of people were thinking that we would.
Yeah. I as well. It's like, I sort of forgot what I was going to say next. I was reading chat. I need to stop doing that. Lost my place. I just got distracted by Hikari. Hikari might lose this one though. It's a really bad matchup for him. There's no bad matchups for Hikari, fortunately. Ever. He's the most strong and perfect and well-rounded character in the entire series. And I'll take no slander whatsoever.
Always bet on Hikari, mate. Always.
Yeah. I was just going to scroll up. I was going to say a perfect example of a sort of fake science, and this is by no means a dig, because I guarantee you know what you're on about more than me. But Leonard Echo basically said, I can't. I've scrolled up and I've lost it now.
Well, is it Yuta could lose initially, but then engineer an open domain barrier?
It's the next one after that, but it was like domain IV, and I was just like, you know what? This guy clearly knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Leonard, if you can scroll back and like sort of reply to what you said about the domains, because
Yuta could lose initially with the engineer of an open domain infinite void.
Oh, right, never mind. I thought I read that as Roman numerals 4.
I did that at first as well. That's why I said barrier, and I was like, God. I see. Guys, look, it's been like what 3-4 weeks. We've had other shit to do, man. The weary allegations are gonna come through now. We're not reliable.
Right. Let's get back on track.
Yeah.
Sorry for derailing us again.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Right. What was we on about? Someone give us a plot point. Someone give us something to talk about.
Prompt.
John Wary's son's
back. Nah, man. Nah.
But no, we were just talking about sort of where we think we're going to go with the domains, and
yeah, I mean, I think a theory I liked was Yuta's domain's going to go down. I had kind of two. Yuta's domain is going to go down, and he's going to heal his burnt out curse technique to use the domain again, which will also extend his timer, which is a tricky thing to theorize about because we still don't actually know how the timer is interacting with everything here. We need answers on that before this kind of thing happens, I think. So with the limited information I have, with a lot of assumptions, that's my current like best guess. Or it would be he actually, because Gojo kind of does this randomly in his fight, and he massively expands his barrier before shrinking it, right? And so I had like a kind of stretchy, problematic theory where Yuta actually expands the barrier, which then forces Sukuna to increase his range, which then imposes the time limit on Malevolent Shrine. Because obviously the way the time limit is removed now is because it's such a limited range. That was a problematic but potential theory I had. I think I prefer the first one, but those are literally the only two ideas I can come up with based on how little information we've gotten from these chapters about what could possibly happen next.
I think sort of the main plot point, which I think is going to come back up, or is going to be the real sort of difference maker, is, I've even got it in my notes, that May says Yuta can only use his copy technique while Rika is fully manifested, and that only lasts 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's Rika, which is the sort of, reason as to why the copy technique is allowed.
Yeah.
So if there's a reason that sort of, I think Rika is the difference maker here, not Yuta. I don't think Yuta's sort of powers or power up or wherever it may be is going to affect the timer. I think Rika potentially, I don't know, sacrificing herself or something happening, an awakening there. I think that'll be the reason that the timer extends, or Yuta can stay forever in that body. But I don't think Yuta's coming back into his body, especially after that last panel of 262.
Well, that's interesting because the last panel of 262 shows his body stitched up. So they intend to get him back in his body. But whether that will happen or not is not, I'm not saying it suggests it makes it more likely, but it seems to be their intention, because obviously that's how he swapped into GOJO, is they stitch up the body, making it easier to heal. So it definitely seems like that's the plan, but yeah, it's very, I'd say it's much more likely that he either stays in GOJO or goes down with the body.
Yeah. But honestly, I can't see a universe in which getting back Yuta into his original body is a viable option. I think either the damage will be too severe, and it just won't be possible, or I just think that he just doesn't even make it back to base camp. I think he dies on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's fair. What was I going to say? I mean, I have something to show you and ask you about in a second, which I am preparing now, but for now, I did have a point. What was I thinking about? Brains turned to mush. Yeah, no, that actually,
game, man.
what you said a moment ago reminded me of a third theory I had, which is probably my favorite, which is that Rika will make the same binding vow that Yuta made at the end of Volume 0 for that big power-up, where Yuta basically... well, it can go two directions, right? It can be the same vow in that Rika can give him everything, and then be gone, like gone. Or Yuta can give Rika everything, because it's that would then be the opposite of what happened in Volume 0, is Rika gave Yuta everything, and then Rika went, which can happen again. Or it can be Yuta gives everything, Yuta's gone, Rika is in proper Queen of Curses for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and you get King of Curses versus Queen of Curses, which could potentially be quite cool. But I think playing on the binding vow that was made in Volume 0 could be an interesting way of having one of them, temporarily power up and also make a big sacrifice. I think that's one of the other possibilities I thought of and I'd forgotten about. But
that's a really good sort of concept. I haven't really thought about Rika getting back on the battlefield, and we sort of haven't really seen much action from her for a little while.
For something titled the Queen of Curses, I feel like Rika deserves a bit more spotlight.
Moment.
Yeah,
sort of the big moment in the fight.
I think so.
She's always sort of overshadowed by, Yuta's sort of involvement in whatever he's doing. She hasn't sort of had her own sort of standalone moment for a little while, so I'd like to see that happen. I do think it's a bit of a tinfoil hat one, because I'd agree, but I also think there is a viable option. But I'm not sure. But getting Rika on the battlefield, King versus Queen of Curses, I feel like that's just sort of too intentional not to have as part,
Yeah, I agree. Right, I have hopefully pulled up 2 images on stream.
I can see one right now.
Something
I may be a little bit behind.
Interesting.
And it's tiny for me.
Is it?
Oh, actually, let me just full screen you. I'll have to lose chat.
Okay, wait. This is I'm gonna have to put this. There we go.
Right, before we start, can we just discuss how awful that drawing of the faces on that?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. I'm not gonna lie.
That is rough. That is
terrible.
Webcomic rough.
But
I could do better than that, guys.
Yeah, so the theory I've seen here, which I find very interesting, is so it's never stated ever, but Yuta is supposedly using blue here. I don't think people jump to assumptions about he's drawing Sukuna in and then got surprised when Sukuna got drawn in. I think he's just charging a blue. You know how GOJO uses blue when he uses it on Agito, like how he used it in Hidden Inventory. It's like a max output ball, just an energy blast kind of thing. He's just charging a blue attack. He's not dragging Sukuna towards him. Because if he is, then it would be dumb. He drags Sukuna in at a ridiculously fast speed and then gets surprised when he arrives at him. The little swirly speed lines indicate blue, because that's what is used for blue. However, the actual attack and the way his hands are moving, is, as you can see, pretty much the exact same as Curse Spirit Manipulation. which is an ability he could most definitely have in his copy arsenal. It's unlikely, considering the blue lines are there, but because nothing was stated about it being blue at all, and blue never ever looking like that, I'm pretty sure, there's a chance, a little chance, that this is actually a copied technique. Unlikely, but I thought it's a cool little detail.
Just gonna send you something real quick. Something from my drive. And it's a very, very similar hand movement of GOJO using blue.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
it's a nut. Yeah, just coming back to that panel where we saw him throw it. It's definitely not GOJO, Yuta pulling Sukuna in. 100% not. I think it's just a Sukuna showing a speed blitz, sort of a test of strength to show, like, this is how fast I can move. And Yuta not really expecting him to move that quick, and you can see that in his facial expression. And then also the following panel, you know, sort of Sukuna going hand to hand with Yuta, slapping his arm down and not allowing him to do whatever, and then coming through with a cross right or cross left. I can't remember what arms are left. So I definitely don't think it's some sort of like gravity surge or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, see, the thing is, right, it's a tricky one because people have kind of been under the assumption that hand-to-hand, he should have known that Sukuna can use domain amplification in the domain, which is, first of all, not necessarily true because of what Sukuna actually says, and the fact they obviously couldn't see what was happening inside the domain battles, so no reason to know that. The issue is obviously GOJO's memories. We don't know how that works yet. So people keep making an argument for, oh, this makes no sense. Yuta should have known. It doesn't, like, even if it's a mistake, which I doubt it is a mistake, it doesn't change the fact that based on Sukuna saying he knows that Yuta didn't know, and Yuta saying he didn't know, it's very safe to draw the conclusion Yuta didn't know. It doesn't matter whether you think he should have known, it doesn't, like, that doesn't change the fact that he didn't. So, the outcome of, oh, he should know, does not make him expect it, anymore. He didn't think he could get hit, but he could, so he got hit. And then the chapter ends. This does not mean, like, people are like, alright, it's confirmed, he was strong because he was GOJO, and Yuta is, never going to be able to live up to GOJO, and he's already dead. You've concluded that from he got punched in the face when he didn't think he could get punched in the face, and that's the end of the chapter. You gotta move on, and just wait for the next one. There was nothing there. Literally nothing.
Talking about 262 as well, I wanted to bring up the point of, what do you think the black panel is?
Maybe look, see.
After, just before we see Yuta's body. And all of this, it says like, yeah, it's like a drip. I've seen people saying on Twitter that that's a bullet hole.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been hearing people say, no, I'm just sort of bringing it up as a point of, listen to this. Twitter people being Twitter people. And I've also seen it in the TikTok comment section, and that's pretty much why I don't go in there. People have been thinking that Rika has been shot because of this panel. For some reason. I just don't get the correlation. There's literally a drip mark.
Also, like, so what?
But like, I don't understand.
Let's say Shoko pulls out a Glock on Rika because she's getting in the way. Like, is that significant? Is that significant? Like, do we think Rika's getting shot and that's the end of this curse spirit? How? I don't understand how people make these connections. What?
It's TikTok brain, man. I'm so disappointed because I'm just sort of like, how is everyone's reading comprehension this bad? And then I draw the parallels and I go, right, these people just watch sort of highlight reels and montages and edits, and this is how they get their shit.
Yeah.
See, I see that someone else. I heard it was a ring, not a drip. Like, there's literally onomatopoeia for the word drip next to a water droplet. I know people like to try and draw, look between the lines and stuff, but this is just taking the piss, realistically.
I mean, it's Like, the ring is... It's on Yuta's hand. You can see it in the panel. So...
Rika getting the quirk to try and bull it.
Just, how do I turn this shit on? Right. You'll see that? Look at this word. Just to clarify.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Drip, literally onomatopoeia. I don't think that JJK could have made it any more clear.
Rika is literally crying in the next panel.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Some people think that that panel is Rika healing Yuta. We've not seen Rika use the ability to heal. Also, it's possible, but it doesn't look like she's healing him. It just looks like she's holding him.
Mm.
I think she's just having a fit. Like, I think it's simple as that. She's just very upset.
Yeah. Also, it's not fully Rika because the soul left when they were on the island. Now, that's definitely fully Rika because Yuta wouldn't be able to use copy without her being fully Rika.
The
has
point
to be fully manifested.
The point of the so the Rika without the partially manifested Rika is effectively a Shikigami. It's theoretically soulless, but when it's fully manifested, the soul of Rika fully manifests within the cursed spirit for 5 minutes. Basically, Yuta calls on Rika. That's literally how it's explained. And the full strength of Rika before the binding vow was made, which limited Rika's manifestation. So, yeah, it's definitely fully manifested Rika.
Yeah, and didn't that get confirmed as well? Like in 261.
I'm pretty sure it's been confirmed for a while. There was a panel...
I was just more so, my recent memory, like
261.
It was mentioned recently. As much as it was a rough chapter for 262, I'm looking through and the artwork is great. In terms of the shrine.
Of Gojo's face.
No.
I think the 261 double spread at the end is just...
Yeah, the double
unreal.
spread in this is nice. I'm assuming this is a double spread.
Let me have a look. Which one? Oh, yeah, it's very good. I can't lie, though. I'm sure it has significance and meaning, but I much prefer Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine. This one definitely fits the vibe right now, as in, like, it's kind of a mess. Malevolent Shrine, the OG, is like a little bit too neat and perfect. And right now, Sukuna is definitely far from perfect, so... I get it, but just from a design perspective, I prefer his OG Malevolent Shrine.
Now we're talking about design, and I think that not enough of people are talking about the change in design of Malevolent Shrine and sort of what the implications of that could have been. Because you look through the story, and even now when I'm casting my memory back to sort of OG sort of first chapters, it was very, very uniform. The building was very uniform, almost like it hadn't been abandoned at all. And then slowly, as we've got through the chapters and as we've progressed through the story, and Sukuna has become more of this monster that we're aware of, this shrine has started to become more of a beast and looks more like a monster every time we see it. And you've just got to look at this in the recent chapter. It's not even a building anymore. It's a mouth at the base with 8 eyes surrounding it and a mouth at the top with hair. And I can't wait for this to get animated because I know they're going to do such a good job with it in 7 years when they get around to it. But I don't see anybody talking about it. The fact that the changes are going quite drastically now. I'm going to have to try and find other instances of it getting pulled out.
Yeah.
And see how much the changes and the differences.
1 second, guys. I've received a text message, and I'm going to ignore you all for a second to answer it, because fuck you guys.
I guess I got to take the reins then. What are we talking about, Jaff? But yeah. I'm really interested about that shrine idea now. I'm going to have to write that down. Shrine! Exclamation point. Right.
Right, the John Weary son needs to stop. I'm not having this. Okay, I'm chill with a lot of things. That is an insult, and I'm not having it. I will ban you. I swear to God.
Muted for the rest of the stream.
Hmm.
Right. I need to scroll.
down.
I haven't been looking at chat.
Right, I just put my phone down. Fuck the view. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm never gonna hit the end of that one. So, what we have is... Oh god, I can't with the Yuta's Gojo face. It really... Gege did himself no favors, bro. You know straight away when this chapter drops, all the anti-Yuta agenda were like, Yuta has somehow found a way to make Gojo unattractive. And I had no response to that because, like, I mean... And they were analyzing, instead of analyzing the chapter, they were there analyzing his fucking posture as Gojo during Infinite Void. And having to go at Yuta for the way he's standing. Like, come on, guys. How desperate are we?
I think we also need to draw attention to his hairline in the panel where he gets slapped by the stump because holy, he needs some what is it, minoxidil? He needs a treatment, man. He needs to go to Turkey.
Good.
That hairline's not good, bro.
Also, I'm interested in like why Gege keeps changing what the other half of Sukuna's face looks like. Like there's been like 3 or 4 different versions throughout the course of the whole manga. And now it's just like that eye is easily 4 times the size of his normal eye, which it wasn't before. Like, I mean, it has been for a few chapters, but it wasn't like that, you know, any other time you've seen it. I don't know what's going on with it, but I think it looks kind of weird. Not bad weird, just weird.
Yeah, I think it may be him losing control of his form. The longer he gets into the fight, the more damage he takes. Maybe it's harder to not be monstrous as possible. You know, maybe this is the peak form for fighting. We've said that this is, you know, his true form or whatever.
Yeah.
Who knows that there's not another form that we're gonna see? Because now you make that a really good point. We've seen that face change so many times, but why wouldn't his face just be fully symmetrical if he's like the most like pure version of himself?
Perfection is what Kashimo said, right?
Yeah, and this asymmetry is very much not perfection. It's asymmetrical, meaning, you know, surely whenever you think of perfect, you think of all the same, you know, symmetrical sort of either, you know, golden ratio or whatever you see. This is not perfection. We are seeing a monster with looking monstrous, and a form constantly changing. Because we see that the eyes are growing bigger, smaller. The sort of like crust around his head is getting bigger and smaller. You know, why wouldn't he just have it just like another eye?
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, speaking of design changes for characters, I want your opinion on this. Everyone knows I'm of the opinion that Gege is colorblind, because Gege is colorblind and often makes mistakes in his artwork. However, there is the picture of the green 6 eyes that Yuta has, and I just want to know whether you have looked into that a little bit deeper, or are with me and think that it's just a mistake.
Well, I popped it in the chat when I first saw it. I can't remember. I think it was in theories. I was having a discussion with some people in there, and as much as it's a really interesting concept, and I'd love to see, you know, a new sort of eye color with the 6 eyes. Maybe it changes between people. You know, you never really know these things. You know, is 6 a, you know, relevant number? Is there 6 colors? Does it alternate every time there's a new user? Even though it's the 6 eyes, does it change every time? So even though they're the same user, like All for One, or, you know, One for All, or whatever. I always get the names mixed up. Whatever All Might's quirk is it something like that where it gets passed down and the color changes? We don't know. It's a cool idea to think about, but I very much think there is just Gege being colorblind. Yeah.
I mean, I have no problem with people looking into it, obviously, but realistically, it's not the first time something like this has happened, you know?
No.
Also, if you look at him, he's also straight up blonde, which Gojo's not blonde, so, you know, is what it is.
Yeah, I'd love to see, you know, piss yellow eyes. I think that'd just be a really great power, and I think Gege could do a lot with that color. But I just think it's an editorial mistake, and it will get rectified.
I also think it wouldn't have any significance if it wasn't. I think it would just be as simple as different soul has different color 6 eyes. I don't think it would mean he's going to pull out lime green and blast Sukuna to Kingdom Come, which obviously TikTok desperately wants to happen, but Gege doesn't live on TikTok and he's not writing his manga based off that, so, you know, I think it's...
However, he does love My Hero Academia,
okay.
and it would make sense.
He does love My Hero.
If, you know, if it changed from person to person and they had a slightly different moveset, and it would keep it interesting. We also haven't seen much of Yuta use it yet. So there's still a possibility of a reveal of something along those lines.
I'd for sure love a different application. I'd, like, any day I would choose, like, just give up on the, you know, max blue. Because I feel like that's a very Gojo kit, right? Max. You just, you have your, like, big energy blast, max blue, like, black hole kind of thing. Big blast red, and a hollow purple. I feel like Yuta isn't, you know, okay, he has got a massive laser beam, but you get my point. He's not as easily destructive as Gojo, I feel like. It makes sense for him. He has a certain style, whereas Gojo is just, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, and having a big, huge energy bomb to throw at you is the best way to do it. It's not very Yuta. Remember, Toji tanks a hollow purple, bro, get out.
There's the dog.
So did Hanami, like, what? Lowest output blue when?
Yeah, but I can't see something like that happening. But I wouldn't be annoyed if it didn't. And I think that it doesn't. The kit right now doesn't really fit Yuta's personality. Although he's in Gojo's body, it's not sort of, you know, his kit right now. And I think Gege does a really good job of sort of matching everyone's personalities to their abilities. And it sort of makes sense. Like, Megumi's the gloomy teenager. Oh, he's got shadow powers. It makes sense, you know? Yuji's all about fighting and carrying on and the fighting spirit and never, like, being knocked down so many times and still getting back up. Oh my god, soul manipulation. It makes sense, you know? To have...
I mean, piercing blood as well is a great one.
Also would ruin Gojo's character. Yeah, like... I just think that he may still have access to Gojo's kit, but I think that there will be sort of, oh, look, I can also do this.
See, I don't like this point that people make about... So Angel says it would ruin Gojo's character if Yuta was as good in Gojo's body as Gojo was. Because they think Yuta being good with Gojo's kit means that he was Gojo because he was strong, right? One does not lead to the other. Gojo can be strong because he's Gojo, and Yuta can be strong because he's Yuta. Limitless is a strong kit regardless, okay? Yuta's performance, like, if Yuta does well in Gojo's body, because he has access to Limitless and the Six Eyes against this crippled Sukuna, it does not automatically mean that the question has been answered and Gojo, the misinterpreted question, has been answered of he's, you know, Gojo because he's the strongest. Not how that works.
I also think as well that there's nothing that Yuta can really do in these next 5 minutes which will ever overshadow Gojo's impact on the entire story and the JJK universe itself. Because you've just got to look back and you've got to look at all of the mad shit which has happened during the series and just how involved Gojo has been in every step of the way. You know, aside from when he was sealed, obviously every other sort of impactful event Gojo has had a part in, or Gojo was the root cause of.
Yeah.
And people need to realize that. All of the attacks even back right at the start with JJK really started to kick off with like JJ High and stuff. Gojo was at the centerpiece of a lot of Kinjaku's plans and as to why they were doing these things. So I think that, you know, Yuta being just as equally good, if not better, throwing a hollow purple will never, ever, ever overshadow Gojo as a character. And I think ruining it is such an over-exaggeration. I can see that it may leave a bitter taste in some like real Gojo fanboys' mouths because it's sort of taking this limelight away from him. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's necessarily a problem at all.
Yeah. I just want to find the thing I read in chat real quick.
We react. So you got it, man. You got it.
What the fuck? I don't know if I can pronounce his name, but I'm gonna simplify it to Ogawari. Gege has never said they were a she. Also, Shonen Jump doesn't necessarily allow women, as they aren't able to draw as well as men. Right.
Okay. That is a.
It's gonna. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, bro. Like,
Nah.
his dated mindsets and is just being absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, man.
Noya's alt account, for real, bro. Well, Noya's gone, bro. Not in my chat. Hell no. What a fucking random statement. Someone just said in chat, like, just Gege's a man, question mark? Because, like, to be fair, we still don't know. We've seen Gege recently, not his face, but we've seen, like,
yeah,
definitely looks like a guy, but I don't want to make any assumptions. But, well, okay, most people do just assume he. Nothing wrong with assuming the opposite, but this guy decided he was going to take a shot. Fuck knows why. He a cat. Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, true.
Gege isn't a cat, question mark?
Nah, he is, bro. He is.
Yeah, that is a crazy statement to make, though, and I hope that
he's gone.
Everyone knows that is absolutely not the case.
It's just bullshit. Like,
banned for an opinion, brother. That is not an opinion.
It's not an opinion, bro.
That is a slanderous, untrue statement.
Like, listen, I'll ban you for that, and I'll ban people for slandering AOT. You cannot like AOT. That's an opinion. I'm still gonna ban you. This is objectively wrong. Well, actually, Jaff, I need to ban you. I'll give you a chance. You're allowed to finish it, and then we'll see where you stand.
Where I stand with it all.
Yeah. Breaking news: the merger is just a giant cat with one eye.
I'd love to see that. I think that'd be an excellent end of the series. I think it'd be hilarious.
Gege just destroys the verse.
It'd be an awful storytelling point, but
it'd be funny.
I love it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Weary Exile. You're also getting banned for slandering Attack on Titan's ending. Jade, get out of here, I don't care. I'm joking, I love you, Jade, stick around, but, no. First three episodes of AOT. Also, no spoilers for Attack on Titan, please, because Jaff hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
First three episodes of AOT is what made me quit watching it. That is... That...
What happened to me?
That's like saying I watched Full Metal Alchemist and then quit watching anime. That is so backwards. Ah. AOT was my first as well. You never forget.
Yeah, I've heard it's very good. From Allons-Y. It's like my a 5th, 6th, 7th time trying to watch it. Bro, I've got further than I've ever got before.
See, you haven't reached, like, I think the whole thing's peak, but I think this will mean nothing to you, but I think the Shiganshina arc is still the best arc I've seen in anime, like, by a long shot. Even Kusakabe will agree that it's, like, he doesn't like Attack on Titan as much as me, but he will agree that that is peak fiction right there. Honestly, from what I've seen, because I know One Piece is like, and I'd be disappointed if it wasn't, is like really big on the foreshadowing and like genius writing from Oda. I think Attack on Titan is like very, you know, it relies a lot on its clever writing and the foreshadowing, especially in the anime.
Yeah,
which is
I think it's much more impressive.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I think it's much more impressive. I'm not saying that One Piece obviously is not impressive, because
I mean,
it absolutely is, and you know, and it's in my top 2. So I just think that it's so much more impressive from what I've heard of AOT is the fact that they've done it in such a compressed format and being able to do it in so little time compared to, you know, One Piece. Because you gotta think there's a hell of a lot of content in One Piece. If they wasn't foreshadowing a lot and having loads of these massive plot points, you know, what the hell are they doing with nearly 1,200 chapters?
Yeah. I mean, One Piece is an interesting one though, because you've got so much as well that I feel like it's impressive to even be able to isolate the foreshadowing. Like in Attack on Titan, you watch it enough times and you scroll through TikTok enough. I say that, but I've watched it like 10 times and I notice something new every single time. But for the most part, it's like easy enough to isolate all of those moments, right? One Piece, there's so much substance there that I'm surprised people even remember the foreshadowing. Because I think back to earlier arcs that I've obviously seen once, and I'm like, I wouldn't remember, you know, little details and stuff like that, but it's impressive that people are able to go back and actually analyze it and figure all this stuff out. It's really cool.
Hmm.
And the fact that Oda's able to string it all together when there's just so much there.
I just think the fact there's been sort of 30 years now, and just like the way that it's like touched so many people and the characters, and they've even the insignificant characters, you think this is a like literal child. They're not going to do anything for the story. They're just there. And then all of a sudden, sort of 40, 50 chapters later, you're like, oh my God, what such a massive plot point from such an insignificant character when we first met. But the ability to do that arc after arc after arc and not feel repetitive. I feel like there's some tropes which do repeat, you know, arc on arc, and that's, you know, they reach a new island, they meet a damsel or person in distress. They then find out about the evil terrorizing the land. Then they go and fight the evil. There's sort of a formula, but I think that it alternates so frequently between the arcs that it's just refreshing when it happens. Like, it never feels like I'm just doing the same thing over and again. And the theming and the fact that Oda is so loose with his style, and the fact that he can literally draw anything and it fit in the One Piece universe. Like, he can make a ship look as wacky as possible.
Yeah,
he can make someone's character design completely unbelievably stupid. Like, a perfect example I find is Senior Pink from Dressrosa. Like, unbelievably stupid character design, probably one of my favorite antagonists. Unbelievably cool as a character, you know? And I think that's just one of the strengths of One Piece, and being able to do that over 30 years is just...
I mean, the Devil Fruits as well, like, from what I'm only a little bit in. Well, I say a little bit. I'm pretty deep into Whole Cake, but I've only just kind of got to know Katakuri, who seems hella strong. Bounty over 1 billion from what if I remember correctly, it's around 1 billion, I think. And he's got one of the wackiest Devil Fruit things for a character that strong. Like, I get it's on theme, but a Mochi Mochi fruit? Like, compare that to Ace's Flame Fruit, and if I took it at face value, I'd be like, what the fuck is this? But then he seems like he's just him. You know, I can see into the future, and he uses it very well. So the ability to have something really, I don't want to say dumb, like playful like that, and make it actually like significant, it's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, I just and people saying Exile. We were saying it's fighting New Falls King or villain again. I think that, yes, the goals of each of the arcs, well, I'd say up to probably, not even like Thriller Bark, probably. That was the last time which we really saw that. Just kill the big baddie.
Yeah.
Like, anything after that, there's so many more political and world-building events which dictate the flow of the story. Like, even people hate on Fishman Island, but you've got to look at the parallels between racism in our world and Oda using that as a plot point, and all of the thing with Shirahoshi, and just the sort of Fishman interactions with the humans as a whole. Is such a well-developed storyline. Yes, you can say Hody Jones was the baddie and they just needed to kill Hody Jones. Yeah, but along the way we learned so much about the world and what makes these characters tick, and why they do the things they do, why they interact with the people the way they do, is because of the things we're taught throughout the arcs. So yeah, the end goal is kill the big bad, but throughout you find all of these characters with their own stories and their own interactions between other characters we meet. Like, I don't understand how people can not enjoy that and learning about this fictional world, which clearly has grasped the world for, 30 years.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think One Piece is looking at. I feel like if I had the, I normally enjoy anime more than reading the manga. So if an anime is available, I'll watch it. I think the only thing that actually holds One Piece back from being like in my absolute top tier is, I don't think the adaptation's bad, but I think it's partially a product of its time and also bad in places. Sometimes it is just bad. I think, and I was thinking this the other day, given the fact that Wit Studio is the animator for the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan, my favorite anime, and the animator of my all-time favorite anime arc within Attack on Titan, thinking about what the Wit remake could be, I think if they do that right, it goes up a massive tier and potentially is like in that category to like stand with, for me, Attack on Titan in like my absolute like all just perfection sort of thing. I think what it needs is just that, like, fix the pacing, fix the animation. I'm not saying the animation's bad, but you know what I mean, like the older stuff and all of that.
Freshen
it
up, modernize it. Yeah, get it 16:10 or whatever the new they do. You know, sort the shading out, get the colors right. And honestly, I'd find it difficult to find a fault in it, because the only faults I've had with watching sort of consuming any of the anime stuff is just the adaptation. The source material is, in my eyes, pretty perfect. There's very few lulls in the manga. And I suggest if anybody has a bad experience with One Piece, you give the manga a crack, because it is absolutely well worth it. I not only watched the entirety of the anime in just under 6 months, I also read the entire thing cover to cover, essentially, and I'm now caught up.
Yo, what's up, Heavy Brother?
Enjoy weekly leaks. It is by far the best decision I made in this sort of, anime sphere.
Yeah, I see it as like the material. Yeah, the source material is like, it's goated. It's completely goated. It just needs to be adapted into like modern day anime standards, and it will do bits like easy S tier, like just undoubtedly. Heavy Weather, the GOAT. Everyone go subscribe, because he's going to be pumping out content again soon, just like Jaff Talks, hopefully. I feel like I'm just
it's just scripted
constantly like pushing out, go sub, they're gonna make content, I promise, but they will. Yeah, Heavy Weather, you're funny guy, man, funny guy, honestly. Makes Twitter bearable, because that place it's brutal.
I do need to get back on the Twitter grind.
Oh, bro, it's
start sharing my opinions and shutting people down again.
Oh, I've given up arguing with people. I just point and laugh now, because it's so fun and funny, but I don't know, I can't do it.
100% Narscam again, holding me to the sword there. Said he was going to make content a month ago. It's in the pipeline, man. I've been telling you guys.
Trust me, guys. Trust me, guys.
I've just been very busy. I've had a lot of life shit going on. I've had moving around, and I literally had to set my setup back up to do this today. So as soon as we get back in the swing of things and JJK content starts pumping again, because I didn't really want to put it out if we were in a content lull as well.
Yeah.
He said 3-4 months ago. Yeah. That's probably more realistic timeline.
To be fair, you don't want to be putting out videos when JJK doesn't exist. Like I regret some videos that I posted during that time, not knowing how much it was gonna struggle. I think, yeah, we should be gaining popularity again soon, and then it's the right time for dropping content.
Yeah, I think after this chapter, this is why I'm sort of fingers crossed, not hoping for a Hikari chapter, because if we get a Hikari chapter, chances are we're going to get either a power-up or he's going to die, meaning the entire project I have worked on is therefore irrelevant. So I'm hoping that we stay with this fight we're at now, and then I get another week to get it out when the content starts pumping again and people start watching JJK shit and it's back in the sort of main focus of a lot of anime fans and manga fans. 263 is going to be lit, man, 100%.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, guys, we something that I said we were going to do this stream, because we kind of segued onto One Piece a little bit, and obviously with that 7-page chapter, there's so open-ended, it's very hard to predict a lot of stuff. So we are going to check out some content, some fun stuff. I'm going to show Jaff some stuff and get his reaction. The first thing, the first thing I'm going to look at is, I don't know if anyone was here last stream. Remember that interesting thumbnail I got from Kusakabe? I've been sent another image. I think I might need to... Fuck me! I don't even know what currency that is.
I was about to say, I am so lost on currency. I have no idea what that is.
Mirage, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Be completely honest with you, I have no idea what currency that is. It doesn't fucking tell me. But either way, thank you so much. Anything is better than nothing. Have you watched My Dress Up Darling? I have not. I'm guessing that's an anime? Also, what's up, Sanjaya? Hello. Anyway, yeah, so I am pulling up an image that I was just sent by Kusakabe. And as always,
Promised Neverland.
Oh, that's huge!
This thumbnail is my greatest masterpiece.
Right, new thumbnail, guys. What are we thinking? Oh, he's got my font. He's got my font and everything.
Kusakabe, you've outdone yourself, man.
Definitely, you know, some. It can do with some work. Maybe
can we
like
get some W's in chat, please? Just.
He cooked hard. Did he?
Yeah. He is cooked.
I'm not going to say on this one, so I don't know why I'm even going to try.
Yeah.
All right. Well done, Kusakabe. Thank you very much for giving me a thumbnail that I didn't ask for.
Something you didn't.
It's an upgrade from the last one. He got the font right, at least, you know.
Glacian since the Heian era.
And it's just all dubs. Okay.
Why use the picture when you were sick?
Look, I'm just saying. I think I absolutely rock the Heian era tattoos. Like King of Glazing, I definitely fit the role. I feel like
you hit 1 million subs.
You could have stretched out the one on my nose a bit. I feel like, but other than that, it's fine. It's good enough. That'll be on the next video. Why not? Right. Let's get rid of that. Thank you, Kusakabe, for dedicating time out of your life for that image.
Kilroy, he doesn't realize how close it is to being the case.
That jawline is so wacky in the pic. What the fuck? Right.
You getting cooked by your chat, man. Kusakabe's getting dubs and you're getting cooked.
I mean, nothing changes. It's normally how it goes.
No.
Okay, well, that was the first thing that we're looking at. The second thing, and there's a reason I haven't turned ads on my stream, because I know this shit's getting copyrighted already, but fuck it. Have you been... I'm calling out Jaff now, see whether he's a real one or not. Have you been keeping up with the channel and seeing what I've been uploading? Because there's something on my channel which I put up 2 weeks ago that I'm thinking you probably haven't seen.
Unfortunately, I've been finishing my masters, so no.
No,
I have not had time for anything.
It's fortunate, because it means we can react to it.
We can react to it together.
Content. And I've realised, the big brain human that I am, that I can just stream in Discord, so there's no delay.
I was about to suggest that. I was about to say the way we did that last time was so
It makes no
bad.
sense. It made no sense. Thanks, chat, for reminding me that was a thing. Gonna blame you guys, as always. But, yeah, I basically got bored one day. So you remember, I showed you last time an AMV I was working on, right? The GOJO and Gesso one. And you said, I can't wait to see you do one with an actual fight, like when stuff picks up, right? So I got bored one night. I think I was in a call with Jid, and I watched a Demon Slayer MMV, and I was just like, fuck it, this song bangs. I'm gonna make a Shibuya Incident AMV. And I did it. And it turned out so good that I posted it on the channel. And it actually got 2.4k views, which is pretty impressive considering I didn't even think it was going to get 500. So I say we react to that. And I'm very happy you haven't seen it.
Get it up. Get it up.
Let's right. Technology. Give me a second, guys. If this breaks my PC, I swear to God, bro.
The stream is going down. No, you're fine.
Fuck you know.
I can also see and hear.
Oh wait, we're not in a. I'll just. I need to put it on the stream because I'm sure there are some people that haven't seen it. I'm so lost, bro. I'm actually just.
Kuzakabe.
Make me a little bit smaller.
Please no.
What's he said?
He's just putting quotation marks, get it up. Because I just said that and he's called me out for it.
Yo, Adrian, thank you very much for the $5. Not much, but to celebrate you looking well and being out of the hospital. Good to see you looking healthy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, Adrian. And as always, my absolutely most goated viewer with easily the most donations or super chat, whatever they're called, on my channel. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Absolute goat. But yeah, let's. Stream's all good for you, right, Jaff? You can hear it and everything? Well, it's not playing yet, but... Okay.
Well, I could earlier, yeah.
I'm going to let it run its course because I'm going to get copyrighted and go fuck. I'll worry more about pausing on the next one, but let's, yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
You never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed is your son and your daughter.
You've already done so much better with scene transitions than the last one.
Also, the lyrics again with what's on screen is important.
Matching. Yeah. Instantly better than the other one, man. Well done, man. Yeah, well done, man. I'm just like, I sat here smiling, so you've done your job, you know.
Just for another dollar in your pocket. Now I am the violence, I am the sickness. Won't accept your silence.
Personal favorite.
Yeah, that really fits with the song as well.
Oh, literally got chills.
When there's blood in the water, the price of your greed, your son and your daughter. When there's blood in the water.
Photo appearance. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good shit, man.
Oh.
Well done. If I could give you a standing ovation, I would, but my webcam isn't here, so
Actually,
you've done really well.
Gives me chills every time I watch it.
Yeah, I think it's more impressive compared to the previous one you watched. Like you could tell in the last one he was like testing the waters and like what you could do.
Yeah,
and then that one was like a real attempt. You've outdone yourself, man. Fair play.
Well, I had a great time. I did that. I think I was with Jid. It was like 2 AM or something. I started before. I think I completed that in like 5 or 6 hours.
It was one of those ones where it was just like job and finished.
Once I started, I couldn't
stop.
I couldn't stop. Like I couldn't do it.
I love those. I love those moments, and like I haven't had that much with content.
Well, you've had work to do, to be fair.
Yeah. But I was
onwards,
about to
sort of.
say, when you hit that flow state, if there's anything like sort of assignments or uploads or whatever it may be, it's just so satisfying when you get that amount of work just crushed out so quick.
Yeah.
Especially when the work is good as well.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'd get a part way through it and then watch it back, and I would need to see the rest of it. I'm sitting there like, imagine you're watching it and you see half of it, you kind of get blue balls. I was like that. I was just like, I need to see how this ends, so I've got to just put in the work now and finish it. And I'm so happy with the.
Yeah.
I think as much as like the Todo Black Flash drop is probably my favorite moment in there, but I have so much fun. I sat there with Jid, and like the best part of it was us sitting there looking at the lyrics and trying to think of the best, like, to make it chronological and flow properly and also meaningful. And we sat there for like a good hour straight, going from the bit of Sukuna going, "I'm the violence, I'm the sickness," to Yuji crying on the floor, like, "Beg me for forgiveness," was like, when you get that flow and you realize like the kind of symbolism. I have so much fun with that kind of stuff. I don't know, it's great.
Well, it's the storytelling without using words, isn't it? I think that's the important thing. And you know, you've smashed it. So
I appreciate
it.
You know, I hope chat enjoyed it.
I'm sure that anybody with half a brain would have enjoyed that.
To be fair, the comments were very encouraging. Although occasionally I'll get a comment on a video like that, like a completely irrelevant. That was just an AMV, and I'll get a comment of someone going, "Do you think Kenjaku is gonna come back and you know, take over Yuta's body?" I'm like, bro, ask what you like, but it's got nothing to do with what you're watching. So that was a little something that I did, and
I'm a
now
big fan, man.
I'm going to see. I'm pretty sure, based on the fact that I've seen countless people react to this video, and I also haven't monetized the stream, so it won't matter whether it's copyrighted or not. I'm going to pause it to analyze, but I have found something One Piece related, music related, which I really hope you haven't seen. You can see my screen still, right?
Yeah, sorry, I backed out of the stream for some reason.
Have you seen this video?
I have not.
I think, I don't know if this is your kind of thing, because it's, again, I said I quite enjoy like AMVs and people who kind of direct that kind of stuff and, you know, represent these characters using things like music and stuff. It's really cool, and I just want to know what you in chat think. But I'm gonna, like, we're gonna stop and pause it and like talk about stuff as well, because I want to get a little bit more into reacting. I'm thinking I haven't watched My Hero and Demon Slayer yet, and I'm thinking I might try and make reaction videos out of that. So I'm just having a little feel for it, you know.
Well, I'm sure that we could get something going with that. I'm sure we could get a watch party with me, you, Jid, or potentially other people.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
get the webcams on, get people involved, and part of the crew almost.
I feel like with JJK ending, that's a direction I would love to take my channel. Like, if I could take it in any direction at all, I would choose it. I would choose for it to go down the reactions route. So I'm with like loads of new content coming out in terms of My Hero and Demon Slayer. I'm seeing it as a good opportunity. Obviously, I'm a bit late because I've, you know, been in hospital and also had other stuff to do. But that is something I really want to do. And I know there are things like Windbreaker and Kaiju number 8 as well, which, like, I haven't seen either. Happily sit down and react. It will start slow, but we've got a good platform for building on it. So I'm thinking I might start chipping away at some of that content soon.
Yeah, and especially it's not solely reaction based either, because we've got the theoretical side is there. So like we're going to do with this one, there's always going to be options to pause and talk and bounce ideas off one another and think, that's an interesting part, and get the opinions out from us while also reacting to something. So it's also engaging for you guys. You feel like you're in the same sort of environment as us. If you haven't seen it before, we can all watch it together. You can, even though we're in different, I'm in a different part of the UK to Allons, you may be in a different country to us. We can all sit down and we can all react and we can all enjoy the source material at its finest. And then we can all spitball ideas together,
Yeah.
It's not a case of just mindlessly watching other people's content, which you know, most people to sort of think of when it comes to reaction channels. I think it'll be a lot more nuanced than that.
Okay, I've put the video that we're going to react to in the chat, the link. So credit to what's this guy's name? Rustage, and all the other people who contribute to this video. Go check it out and all that, so that I don't like get my channel blown into the ground. I don't know how this works. I'm just gonna say everything that makes me feel safe. But
yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so I'm gonna check this out, and then wait. I've also just seen 100% not a scammer said reaction YouTuber, the laziest type of YouTuber, and Jid goes, that's why he wants to do it, bro. Jid, you're not helping me. You're not invited. Jid, you're not invited. You watch my hero by yourself, mate. One day you'll say something worth noting, bro. Jid, why are you beeping my chat, man?
To be fair, he did say that Windbreaker wasn't like actually shit. Were the exact words, and I quite enjoyed the first couple of episodes. Granted, I only watched like 2 or 3, but
I've seen some clips.
From what I've seen,
fights look cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway,
let's react. Let's react. You're on the Discord stream, right?
I am. Ready to go.
And if you guys haven't seen this, I'm sure you'll enjoy it if you're a One Piece fan, but there is potential spoilers. So if you haven't seen One Piece and you don't want spoiled, then fuck off. Alright, let's go. I'm sure you'll figure out pretty quickly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, surgeon of death. I remember the nerves from your head. Certainly dead. Submarine, cause I emerged from the depths. Cut them clean, I got no words to be said. Fuck you mean you never heard on the best. Chorus on how they ain't making a noise. When I roll with my boys, they be turning them red. Shout out to Beppo, there's beasts in my circle of friends. Heart pirates, but my gang, we stay heartless. Start fires when I load up the cartridge. Hardwired, I've been used to the carnage. War dog, I leave him hurt when I give him the boot like a martyr. Who's fucking asking? Lay down the law, I'm not using no pardons. Step in my room and I'm moving compartments. Shambles breaking my part like I'm fusing with carbon.
That's so cool. Bro, Law
is very well done.
Law is just such a sick character, bro. Like, his devil fruit, his backstory, like, I love him. He's so cool. So cool.
I think, I'm assuming that all of these people sort of rapping now have their own sort of music careers.
Yeah, I know.
That was very, very sort of professional.
So this guy does this, he has, the YouTube channel is basically just filled with these kind of things.
Right, I get you.
Where he'll do like either one, like he might do it by himself and do a character, but he tends to do these ciphers as well, where he gets in other people who do similar stuff. And
yeah,
they each like get a verse basically. And in here it's just as simple as they get they get to do one verse and they have one supernova to write about.
Yeah.
And it's really, really good. Like, there's not a single one in here that is bad, but some of them are, like,
better.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, this guy, I want to say,
Scratchman of Pooh.
Scratchman, yeah.
The goat.
Can't lie, I always forget he exists until he comes on screen again.
Oh man, how could you forget about Scratchman of Pooh after Sabodi?
I feel like I remember everyone else more. This guy, I just forget.
Bro, Cook Kizuru.
I remember when I remember him, I'm like, oh yeah, he's that guy who fought Kizuru, but
yeah, Cook Borsellino, man, like on his own as well.
Bonnie does have one Kilroy, yup. Anyway, let's see what he's cooking up.
Got beats on the air and they ready to shoot. I ain't talking my fruit. You get played like a flu. Ride around with my crew, better give me the lead. I'm playing with a scratch man, bang with a backhand. Straight in the badlands, crazy and madman. Staying in the trash can, gang in the back, long arm staying on me, finna spray with a strap. Pulling up with uses, Drake get the shooting. And the way we moving, anything you doing, bringing pain with music. See my gang get stupid, can't avoid my moves and know we ain't disputing. If you hear him, bet you disappear and hear him before you see him. Know you better fear him. Shout the coast is clear, they running, can't get near him. When it's said and done, the world is gonna revere him.
Metal grip it, let tin.
Bro,
oh, no, it's so good because you can tell that the people have seen the show and really enjoy it, you know?
Yeah, the passion that goes into it.
Yeah, the passion, you can tell. Like these are some deep cuts here. Like there's not just surface level character shit. This is like deep in backstory sort of stuff.
Like it's these people like make music, right? they make music, and they know like enough about One Piece to be able to make lyrics. Like they're that passionate that they're able to make lyrics going that deep, like into characters and stuff. You'll see this in a second with more of them to come. But like you can totally understand what they're talking about. They clearly like One Piece and anime. If, you know, you're doing this, but also just good at making music. It just shows
It's just
like
marrying their passions, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Also, like the production that goes into this, like the animation's sick as well.
Yeah, I was about to say I like all of the wordplay and the font style and the fact that it's sort of like always changing and no two scenes like the same. It's
Nah, not
fan.
Kid. Get him off my screen. I really like Kid. From the little I've seen of Kid, I think he's really cool. And
Chat,
I love his
please
devil
be
fruit as
warned.
well.
Yeah, Allons is only at Whole Cake Island. Please bear that in mind with Chad. I am caught up. Not everyone else is. When we're talking about these supernovas, keep shit under wraps.
I haven't seen any spoilers in the chat. If there is one, I'm not looking, but I haven't seen anything.
I'm just prefacing the fact.
Kid fucking sucks. Shut up, Kisakabe. As if I'm going to take your opinion on it. Anyway, Kid.
Metal grip it, lead tin is red to spill it. Get them set into the medic clinic. Magnetic with it, any ferrous dimmers, they gon' know the score like this is Metacritic. Got some
I mean, already they're like
The flow
pretty
is
much every bar is like metal themed or like has a like metal rhyme scheme. I love that for Kid. Because
also if you go back to the previous line, there's sort of like a hidden meaning in that with it's red, I spill it, as in blood and the iron in blood.
Yeah.
Like it's sick because there's so much like links between the bars and the actual story itself. And it's not done in a cheesy way where you think, oh, it's one of these parodies. It's
it's not a TikTok
definitely song. It's definitely a passion project. And you can tell the level of care and attention which went into it. Like every bar is there for a reason. And that's why I like ciphers, even in like actual rap, is the fact you've got such a short period of time and you're competing against other people.
Yeah.
The verses generally are so much better because you've got to stand out from the crowd. And I think this is a perfect example of that. And we're only a minute 10 in and we've seen, what, 3?
Yeah. Like literally, this is the third.
Kusakabe Jaff is the noticer.
Very. Allons-Y just there to say random shit. Yeah, I just sit here and nod, bro. Pretend to know what I'm talking about. That's why I get Jaff on the stream, man. Anyway, Kusakabe, shush. We're gonna
push in.
Right, let's go.
get them set into the medic clinic. Magnetic with it, any ferrous dimmers, they gon' know the score like this is Metacritic. Got some brass bollocks, all these coppers, I'm making them sink. Gibson attacking the amp noise. Boy got the gears like it's clink, clank, clink. My joints together, but don't call them me alloys. More of attraction, chicks getting the feel. Covering all the bullets and a bend of the steel. Draw them out, I call them north and south. I got 2 poles for me, this is my field. Kid the killer with the killer, hit the killer, bigger figures and
Wait, his
That's sick.
His is it his first mate? I don't know. He's called Killer, right?
Yeah.
The guy with the hockey mask looking thing.
Yeah.
He's cool. I like him.
Yeah. And you will carry on liking Killer. He's probably one of my like favorite side characters. But yeah, the bars are sick. And if you just like rewind a little bit, I did have an idea, but I sort of forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So basically, I like the verse. It just feels wrong because it's so inadvertently English when Kid is meant to be Scottish. And I just feel like with the Scottish and English relations being the way they are, Kid as a character would not be happy that he has an English rapper rapping incredibly British over the top of it. I feel like it should be a Scottish rapper, but that's just nitpicking.
I've just seen Kusakabe say, "Cling, clang, cling. Hold up, this writing's fire, bro." Oh, professional hater, professional hater. Sake, man. Oh, whatever.
me alloys. More of attraction, chicks getting the feel. Covering all the bullets and a bend of the steel. Draw them out,
This
I call them
part,
north and
I was
south.
like,
I got
holy
2
shit, this
poles
sounds
for me,
so
this is my
English.
field. Kid the killer with the killer, hit the killer, bigger figures and the sinner, sycophant. Pin a victim and I'll trim a wicked man. Literally, I'm just built different.
I got 2 sides swinging through the wind. Leave them chopped in tread. Used our luck up, story so fucked up. Where should I begin? Cards always said survival was slim. Mask on my face, I'm hiding my grin. We done lost so many. It's
such a
just
country
weekend.
vibe to
I guess
it.
you could say
Yeah,
that
I
to his pants. I got 2 blades, leave 2 paid. I don't need third. Mask on, laughing to myself. I don't say
Wow,
word.
that
Let me
makes
get the
sense,
metal
man.
for you, cleaving. Never gloss squeezing. That's too easy.
Bro, I love that.
Yeah, the style of the black and the white blending.
It's
That's
so good.
just. It's like the fact that the lines. It's almost like he's moving so quick. The lines just sort of disappear on his bandages.
Yeah. But
I'd be interested to know where they got this original source for, unless they've just animated it themselves.
I think they've probably, because it's like, I mean, at least this guy and his channel, it's like probably what he does like for a living, I'm guessing, because he gets crazy views and shit. I think they probably just pay someone to animate it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but like you've got to think how long that this would do. Like, you know, animation teams are hired for a reason. The fact that, you know, one or a small team of people is putting out something this sort of professional is really impressive.
Yeah,
you know, because that small clip actually like shocked me with how good it looked.
You know, it is just like, it's really well made. And all the other videos this guy on his channel, like he's got one for the he's made one of these for the 7 Warlords. Same kind of quality, also for other anime and stuff. I
was about to say you should have led with that, because the 7 Warlords are my favorite.
We can run that next.
We may have to run that next.
But yeah, let's get a little further
I'ma
into
support
this.
the ambitions, my captain his wishes, regardless of whatever problem. All of y'all struggles fictitious, so sit back and listen. We win and don't care what it costs us.
This verse is hard, I'm not gonna lie. I can't. This is another one where it's like I haven't seen enough of X Drake, I feel like, to care that much. But the verse is sick. So watching this has made me very excited for rest of the Supernova shit.
That is crazy. The fact that you got a much stronger like for Kid over X Drake, which is
kids
much more positively sort of viewed in the community.
Oh, bro, Kid's design and Devil Fruit just did it all for me. Like his little, from what I saw in Sabaody, his little like joking kind of rivalry with Law made me think I was gonna dislike him, because I love Law and I tend to get involved in those like that beef. But he won me over because like I love Magneto. I love that kind of, you know, that sort of power. I love his design. Red is my favorite color. Like Kusakabe, I'm allowed to say good things about characters without glazing. Shut the fuck up.
Get out of here.
Bro's pre-firing the replies. Like, shut up. You don't even know what I've said yet. Whatever, man. But yeah, no, I think
your keyboard must be hurting, Kusakabe, because you have been firing and
furiously typing. Oh dear. Kusakabe, just let him take the whatever, man. But yeah, no, Kid. I love Kid. I love Kid. I do.
I think we should move on before someone drops the ball in chat. So let's just carry on.
Awesome, bravely breast awesome, fake got chest guards and face double cross. I to test off these fakes 10 times as great. Red flag, step back, then plans get
That's
right, force
so
the blade.
safe,
Scraps
bro.
men off the list, tell him he lacks skill. Cause if X won't give it to you, that's real. Dinosaur on the high seas, high freeze, undercover sword, I'll be the spy team. Fight me like a carnivore, like a guy need mighty. When the Allosaurus recognize he's mighty. Step into my zone, methods of my own, like scallop, I can shatter through their weapons and their bone.
Step into my zone.
It's good, man. It is good, but I feel like the English guy would have been so much better on this verse. And like, the delivery just
which guy? The guy who did Law.
The kid. The kid rapper should have been on this verse. But then again, I don't know where his voice would be on another verse. So I suppose we still got to carry on. This would probably be my least favorite one so far.
I mean, like I said, I didn't care for Drake much, but I thought the verse was sick.
I climbed out the barrels from a minion story. You could find one piece, but you'll never find Dory.
Joey Bonnie, I roll this chrony. Shipment as I sit and enjoy the bounty. Four foods around me.
This one's not my
Astounding.
favorite.
The only time I'm over 140 is on my bounty. Only female land captain in the worst generation. Racing my margaritas always moving. I'm a pirate. I would never help a stranger young or especially old. I'd rather con these loose beat. My world government escaped the ish twice. Defeated Blackbeard, but you saw the kick right. My claws are skin tight. The cost of this fight is losing your life quickly with old and thin white hair. Men don't even dare to murder me. Your money heads more than
I think the flow on this one's much better than the previous.
and every other supernova on this earth will see.
I prefer that one. Yeah, I prefer that one to the Drake one.
I don't think it's bad, but I much prefer the Drake one. I guess I'm not able to see it. Like, I don't know these characters as well as you, so I'm not able to analyze it like that. But just from like music perspective, I think I preferred the Drake verse.
Something we disagree on, because I prefer the flow of the Bonnie verse. I think that was much better.
That's fair. I mean, like I said, I don't think any of them are bad by any means. They're all quite different.
No. By no means are we slandering any. It's just on the scale of rating. It's like that was probably my least.
Wait, Kusakabe said he likes the video? No fucking way. Right, on that note, press
Wait,
play.
what?
Man knows my name, but they know my face, but they know my bounty.
Okay. I want you to guess who this is. The character that they're talking about.
I need to remember who's part of the supernovas now. Hold on.
Well, I want to see if you
He's
can...
talking about it. Rewind a sec? I didn't really hear that first line.
Oh.
On this earth to see.
Just off the vibe.
Yeah. Man knows my name, but they know my face, but they know my bounty. Yeah.
I don't even know. It's like I'm trying to go through my head who's part of the supernovas.
I don't think
there's
there's anything in the lyrics that give it away. I think it's just the vibe.
Right, so we've seen Kid. We've seen Law. We've seen Apu.
The background is a good indicator.
Bricks. Ah, no, man, I'm actually lost.
Chat. It's not Blackbeard. Blackbeard actually doesn't have one in the video.
Oh, well, with the slashes and shit, I'm assuming it's like... I don't think it's Zoro, really?
Nah, it's not Zoro.
No.
Not Oroge.
Oh, man, I'm so lost. Oh, it's a 4. Is it beige?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good shout with the bricks. I wouldn't have remembered that.
Was it because
fortress in it?
I watched this video right after I watched the episode where he like turns himself into a whole ass fucking castle. And I was like,
it's so cool.
Damn, it's really cool.
It's such a sick level for ability, man, and the fact that people can like sort of jump inside.
Yeah, it's really sick.
Like, and have like a meeting place within, you know.
It's very good. Right, let's go.
It's big gang beige, crew on my back, gotta move without me. Roll them up and smoke this focus, we do this loudly. If he bugging, then he get cut and this crew gon' clown him. You're really not worth a hassle, man thinks I'm an asshole. Shorty got me bricked up castle, judgment drop the hammer like avils. 10 toes down, you step, you get tread on. New whip Sherman came with new tread on. Big body, now big body, you build like a mark the sharks to get fed on.
Big fan of that one.
You like it?
Yeah, I was a big fan of that one, and I think it actually sort of matched, even though it wasn't like the accent of beige sort of character. Like, he's a mobster, I still think it fit.
That's the only thing that I think I would change about that, is to try and, like, obviously you can't change his voice, but I feel like some of the language used could have, like, been changed more for, like, you know, the whole gangster vibe.
Yeah.
Rather than, well...
British gangster.
Sort of like roadman.
Roadman,
shit.
yeah.
That's the only thing I could have changed, and the rest of it is, like, pretty damn good for what I know of this character. Like, it
the lyrics were pretty spot on.
I like it. Yeah, let's go.
Only I get to choose. Best pray the arcana.
I do know this guy.
Get your brain blown like the wind. That's a straw that I use. You're a dog made to take my abuse, bitch. Play with your life like acoustics. Stay all hawk and the movements of bays or the ruthless. Came from the North Blue, so you'll never see me get blues if some go south with the cruise shit. Opposition think they damaging me till they take a look at their own buddied up team. Got captain status, so every chick that's bad is trying to be my dollar. Max 10's all I need. Don't fuck with 12, we ain't never fuck with authority. Bitch, I'm one of the 12 of the worst who really want war. Wasn't put two to your head like my head on my Jolly Roger. Move a beast that'll part your life or drawing your sword at me. Heaven and hell to
Yeah, big fan of that one.
Fun? Yeah. I like it a lot.
I like Basil Hawkins anyway. I think he's probably one of my favorite supernovas.
He's one that I remember.
A lot of them
from Sabaody, like, big time.
I just think like his whole sort of fortune telling ability and sort of the confidence that comes with that, and like, I know I won't die today, so he just fights like he doesn't care.
I just think
really
he's such a
cool,
him, yeah.
You know, and like he's got the sort of Nobara sort of straw doll effigy vibe going as well, and I like that in JJK, so I was always going to like it in One Piece.
Yeah.
And yeah, just as a whole, being able to turn into a scarecrow and shit, like, it's just a cool power.
No, I noticed that, like, that's why he was so memorable to me, is just how he's not nonchalant, but like really seems like he just knows and doesn't give a fuck. Like, confidence, but like stoic confidence.
Yeah, I think it's almost like
not very
stoic
reactionary
arrogance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost
it
like
works. I like
he's above everyone else because he has like sort of the third eye prophecy. It's I like it a lot, and I think it's a really cool character design.
Yeah, for sure.
And originally sort of threw me off with like the Scarecrow design, but then when it like the straw doll effigy and like the occult sort of vibe, it really made sense. And I think that Oda's design really smashed that as well. He's probably he's top 5 at least. I don't want to say top 3 because there is some real gunners in there. The Supernovas.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are definitely some standouts that I've seen. Obviously, story relevant so far. I'm just gonna say lore is my GOAT because I've seen the most of him.
Yeah.
Dressrosa was amazing, so yeah. But yeah, let's continue.
Yeah.
Oh, if it will work.
I know exactly who this
Living
is.
disciples, dead him as well. I'm the darkest angel, never enter my realm. If you enter my hell, let enter yourself. I'm the mad monk, demonic, probably off the time, guiling with the monsters. Yeah, I've been lacking conscious, I've been lifeless, off the cuff. I crave the carnage. I'm the mad monk, back up, don't act tough, keep a guard up, ho. Clash us, get flat, turn the eye, smash early, we saw struck, die. Probably pull up with the pillar warning. Darkest archangel in your army, got the sauce across, can't even stop me. I'm high above you, presence, you should call me God.
Yeah, big fan of that. And it's just reminded me how much I wish Arouge was more in the story.
See, I was going to ask you, like, I've just, obviously watching Whole Cake, kind of suggested that he just straight up died. Trying to get his ass in Whole Cake Island. I know that's not normally how One Piece works. But
yeah.
Kind of just made it seem like it was very...
a done deal.
Definite end for him, yeah. Which I don't know.
It's not.
No.
It's,
Okay, good.
No, and I don't think you would have. I don't think you would even know about it if you only watch anime. Because I'm fairly certain it's revealed that he's safe in a cover story.
Right.
So, but that is about all we've heard from Arouge, and that's the current day.
He's very.
I'm fairly certain the last time we saw him was when he got his ass kicked at Whole Cake Island, and then before that was Saboti.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think his character design is so cool, and the fact that he fights with a broken pillar. Oh man,
it's very cool.
Yeah, if I was in here, you wouldn't even know. You would have assumed that he would be dead. It's
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just that is pretty much what I had assumed. How it made it sound, but I did have it in the back of my mind. I was like, it's normally not how One Piece works.
No.
So, open mind.
Oda has a very, common practice of shelving characters until they're required again. And Arouge is certainly required further down in the story because of his links with the Sky People. And I'm going to hold off on delving too much into One Piece theories out of respect for spoiler-free category.
That's fair. I'm looking forward to when I'm caught up and we can just fully go into it.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm really looking forward to getting some One Piece content done because it really is so deep, and you can get really deep in the world, and the world building and the characters are just so. You could literally do a video about every character, and you would have, 25 minutes of content even for the smaller characters in the arcs.
Yeah, for sure.
And, on the big characters, you could spend hours talking about them. You could do a 3-hour movie on Zoro and his feats and how his character has progressed from the start of the story to where we're at now,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's just so much substance there that it seems like a very fun and easy, not easy, but fun and I guess easy thing to make content on. Like, there's just, you're never going to be out of video ideas, I feel like, for One Piece. Which is...
No, there's so much you can do.
Yeah. There's already stuff I want to talk about, but I want to get through One Piece before I start yapping, because I don't want to put out a video talking some shit, and then everything gets unraveled. Something that everyone else has already seen and know, and I didn't. So I'm saving it all up.
It doesn't make sense for you to do so now, but when you're caught up...
Yeah.
Kilroy, ARC reviews will be coming on my channel very, very soon. I've scripted my first 3. So as soon as I manage to actually get my arse into gear over summer, I've got sort of 3 weeks of downtime now, and then I move again. So in these 3 weeks, I'm hoping to get an Hikari video and then something else out on top of that. And then after that, then the arc reviews are coming.
Yeah, that's if you're gonna want to listen to One Piece content, you're gonna want to listen to Jaff and not me, because he definitely knows more about what he's talking about than I do. And I'm looking forward to also being able to, once I finished it, work on some stuff and branch out a little bit as well with Jaff, hopefully. And but yeah, let's continue. You can.
Yes, sir.
See, this one's very good, but it's the next one. The next one is where's that?
Being up like a DJ. Fork path home in the field, cutting three-way. Black Air Force style, step up, you call me God. Chopping, being up like a DJ. Fork path home in the field, cutting three-way. Black Air Force style, stepping like CJ. On a Geary, feel the fury of 3 blades. Cut above the eye, cut above the rest. Didn't leave a motherfucker dead. 3 swords fly, hit 3 times. One up in his neck, one up in his chest, one up in his face, put him in his grave. Blade flow like kimono motions, no wino phase. I am known for the smoke like gelato strain. If I'm lacking, it's like nothing happened. I got a monster body, I could bottle pain. Yeah, the conquerors got him shaking. Like coke, metal pop, now we gotta stay. Steel bite when I chomp on his waddle blade. Took dead to the chest, I am not afraid.
The man of the moment.
Yeah. I think, honestly, I was sort of distracted from the lyrics because the edit behind it was just so unbelievably
I had the
cool.
exact same thing when I first watched it. I was like, I heard 3 blades, and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. That sounds like Zoro. And I'm just looking at him like the whole time, not really paying attention. So
yeah. That is like, the music was there, yeah, sure. The verse was there. I didn't think it fit Zoro as a character. I think it should have been a lot more dark and broody, but I think the edit really carried that section.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I feel like it was also quite, I don't want to say simple, but it was just like, you know,
surface level.
I thought it was, yeah, it's quite surface level. It's just Zoro, you know, he has 3 swords.
Yeah, onigiri, that's one of his moves.
Yeah.
Like,
not to disrespect, obviously, it's still, you know, very good.
Oh,
but I
yeah,
feel like
100%.
There's more to Zoro than that, I think.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot more cooler shit that they could have included. But you don't know. I don't know if they had, like, they couldn't talk about big spoilers. You don't know the claw, you know, what they couldn't put in their verse. So I think they probably would have had a new to Zoro's verse quite a lot because he's had some big moments. But yeah, he really deserves more than that. Like, that is, the edit carried.
Yeah,
I think everyone would agree with that.
Yeah. I am interested to see what everyone thinks of Luffy. I really like it. Like, I really like it. It's probably my favorite.
Kusakabe's gonna hate it then.
Yeah, naturally. Okay, let's check it out.
Dead to the chest, I am not afraid.
The man of the moment, the elastic opponent the government can't get a hold of. Mad that I'm potent, and I'm packing a massive support from the vast of the ocean. They know what their role is. My crew serve a purpose, they ride in the channel along with me. They try to control us. They'll be coming after this car next like a Discord VC. To beat me, you need a Marine fleet, and any one of the CPs. Could be a Yonko or be a Warlord, you ain't me. Whenever you hear me, my punches will get 3. Living life going merry, I'm cruising over. Hockey color of the king, I'm ruling over. Coming for you old heads till you roll dead, truth be told, because I future looking bright like a supernova.
Yeah, big fan, should have been longer.
I agree. That's literally the only complaint I had was, why did it end? Also, Discord VC felt out of place, but I weirdly liked it.
Yeah, very out of place. But I still think the flow was good. I think the accent sort of matched, even though it wasn't necessarily Luffy's accent. I think if he used Luffy's accent, it would have sounded stupid. I don't think you could have ever done it.
I feel like it had that, like, I don't give a fuck kind of confidence in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it felt like, other than Discord VC, felt like it was coming from Luffy. Like, what he was saying felt like Luffy a lot.
I think the flow was really bouncy as well, and you could probably attribute that to Rubber and the Gum Fruit. It's very, like, up and down.
Love this bit that follows the Discord VC bar, though.
This car next like a Discord VC. To beat me, you need a Marine fleet, and any one of the CPs. Could be a Yonko or be a Warlord, you ain't me. Whenever you hear me, my punches will get 3. Living life going merry, I'm cruising over. Hockey color of the king, I'm ruling over.
Like, that section,
yeah,
I really like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of deep cuts there as well, which isn't surface level stuff. So it's got a perfect mix of everything. I'm a big fan of that verse. It just should have been longer.
Yeah. I thought bro was 28 minimum. You're talking about me? Bro, I got this so much when I first started streaming, you know. People were like, you sound like you're 30, but you look like you're 15. Thanks, man.
Yeah, the Discord VC really clouds that for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was such a like a. It's not like it was hidden in it either. It's like he made a big deal out of it.
Yeah, it was like an ending part of a line. Like, I'm not sure about that one.
There is the Warlord.
I will be back out. I'm just gonna hit the toilet real quick and
I will keep chatting.
Grab a drink. Yeah.
If I can manage myself, that is. Hey guys, how are we doing? You're stuck with just me now. Yeah, this is peak. I like it too. I thought it was pretty sick. But yeah, I'm gonna have a look at the other videos. I think there's a Warlord one. There's a Yonko one. Obviously, go check out the actual channel because I don't want to just sit here and milk this guy's content. But he's made so many of these, and they're really good. Like, genuinely really good. And a lot of effort and time goes into them as well. Just gotta respect the passion, man. I feel like sometimes when I sit and react to stuff, it makes me feel like I need to up my game. I do need to up my game. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've kind of become complacent with my style now, and I need to start. Like, the Kagurabachi videos was kind of like me finally stepping forward a bit. And then also reactions are something that I need to get around and do. I just need to find the time. And then also hopefully work on some stuff with my editing as well, because I don't want to get stuck. I don't want to get comfortable. I want to keep improving stuff. And also collaboration once Jaff gets his shit going as well. We're gonna set up some stuff, maybe a podcast, some interesting ideas for live streams, some new content. Definitely some shit that I just want to do everything basically. There's no way I'm gonna be able to handle it all, but there's so many things I want to do. I just need to actually get around to doing it. Streamer moment, shut up. Nah. Get lost, bring back Jaff. I'm not gonna drag him off the fucking toilet to come back to the stream, man. Focus on chat. What chat? It's just Kusakabe telling me that I suck. Are you gonna actually address the topic of the title or not? What do you mean? Oh no, the title's just clickbait. No. We're not gonna be talking about that. Just clickbait. You started with a sapling, now you're branching out. Yeah, exactly. I built the platform. 100% not a scammer has a question for me. After telling me to shut up. It's interesting. I'm waiting for the question. Okay.
Oh, right. Are we ready to get back involved?
You're really going down Russell's ciphers goat shit? Yeah, that's just so cold, man. So there's, like I said to chat just now, Jaff, there's a Warlord one and a Yonko one. I don't want to milk all this guy's content, so I'm thinking we'll watch the Warlord one. But before that, there is a short, like less than a minute long video, which I didn't show you last time for some reason, which is just really fun. It's not like, it's one of the ninja MMVs that we watched last time.
All right, yeah.
But it's not like the others. It's like 30 seconds long. It's quite entertaining. I'll check this on the stream. And obviously credit to
stream.
Let me get a link for this. Credit to Ninja. Again, I will figure my shit out. Drop a link in the chat. There you go.
Ninjaristic, finally some peak.
I think what we just saw was pretty damn good, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, whenever you bring up content to me, man, it's always pretty good. I can't lie, you never come up short when it comes to
talent. I have a talent for sitting on my ass watching YouTube all day, bro. That's literally all I do. Is just make YouTube, watch YouTube.
The talent scout, man.
Bro's like that kid showing his brother his new favorite video and waiting for his opinion. That's what I feel like, I just find loads of cool shit and I'm like, oh, I really want to show this to people because it's sick. I feel like people's work needs to be appreciated. I like sharing it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's no different than when we just send each other edits on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, I eagerly await for the double tab on each. I'm like, yeah, the love arts at the bottom. You enjoyed that one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you and Jid, the easily like always at the top of my TikTok messages for just peak anime content. Ash Greninja profile picture already peak. Do you not know Ninjaristic Ninja, man? Go subscribe. He's sick. We reacted to him last time. Peak videos. This, I can't lie, it's just vibes. This video is just fun. Alright, I'm just gonna let it run for the 30 seconds because it's just so fun. I love it. Alright, yeah, you watching, yeah?
Yeah. Hey,
Nice.
Scammer also. I'm not gonna ignore you. He said hey to me in chat, so I am ready.
Alright, let's go.
Things that bother you never bother me. Things that bother you never bother me. I feel happy and fine.
I can't wait for it to be animated, man.
Loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. Having got a lot, I don't need a lot. Coffee's only a dime. We're living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time.
Nah, that's excellent. It gives me so much hope for how good it's going to be when it's animated because I forgot a lot of those parts.
I think I saw a guy, I can't remember what it was, just a post. It's like, watch this scene and go, this is canonically Kenjaku is fighting for his life right here. I find that so funny, bro. I find that so funny because it's just. I hope this is the vibe they go for. Like genuinely,
It should be.
I love it.
I'm a big fan. I'm glad you've showed me that.
Just a nice little tickle.
I sort of forgot how good of a character Takaba was also.
Oh yeah, sick. Let's see, I would react to this guy's stuff. I'm not going to because I think I don't know what I saw, but I don't know how he feels about reactions. So I'm not going to. But go check it out because there's some like Gojo vs Sukuna stuff, which is really damn cool that I think you guys in chat will really like. Right, what was I?
Yeah, Sebas, the only problem with that is Yuta is like the most bland sort of humor person ever. So I can't imagine him using comedian very well.
It just wouldn't work. It just would not work. Because it also he's like, if you're gonna choose anyone, the whole point is that Takaba needs to find himself funny. So you need someone with self-confidence, and you're saying Yuta. Out of everyone, you think Yuta. Like, he knows his own abilities, but when it comes to, like, self-confidence, he's definitely not at the top of the list, you know?
Yeah.
Takaba is the GOAT, bro. Undisputed GOAT. Right, this is the 7 Warlords rap cipher, which hope Jaff will enjoy, because he likes the Warlords, and I love the Warlords too. Especially Kuma. Is that his name? Kuma?
Yeah.
I think of everyone I've seen, other than Mihawk and Law for the brief time he was a Warlord, Kuma was easily my favorite, I think. Easily.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love him. I think he's sick. I love his design, I love his powers, I love that he helped. He seems like, I love the pacifista thing, like I want to know more about this. So much more, but yeah, I really like him.
You'll get a lot. Don't worry, he's probably one of the most explored, so you've got a lot to look forward to.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, let's go. It didn't work again. For fuck's sake. Doflamingo is pretty cool as well.
You don't wanna mess with the number one, so stay dumb, bring a blade, you could toss your gun so they run too afraid when this monster comes. I spray blood, feel the pain, then the job is done. Cut into pieces, the need for autopsy. Yoru, how you're seeing black if you cross me. Treat you like ships, how I'm slicing up bodies. Damage like cannons, don't need no Tchaikovsky. Toe to toe with a Yonko, I don't need a devil, this demon's already cutthroat. Glass of wine for the front row, when they see this warlord, then like Corona, they've gone ghost. If I wasn't Mona, got no crew, I do it solo when I battle around the globe and all the Navy call it war crimes. I don't need a dojo vision, zoom like it's a photo heist. They hitting all my targets and that's why they call me Hawkeye. I don't.
Right.
I really like. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just about to say the first part is very meh, and then the second part really ramps up, and I'm a big fan.
I think where I start to enjoy it is the I love the toe to toe of the Yonko. I assume they're talking about Shanks because I know that they have that rivalry or had that rivalry where I don't know how much more it explores in the future, or if it even does, but from what I've gathered, they were literally like toe to toe.
Yeah.
Like I've seen people say stuff like Mihawk slams Shanks and things like that, which, unless you guys know stuff that I don't, which is very possible, I don't see how people reach that conclusion when it's kind of a thing that they had this, you know, toe-to-toe rivalry, and Shanks is fine, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, there's still a lot of up in the airness about Mihawk and his sort of skill ceiling, if we're going to say that, or potential, because that is still one of the biggest questions: is Mihawk a fraud? And you know, we've seen little pieces, but nothing sort of catastrophic.
Yeah.
Like, but he also has such a reputation in the One Piece world. Like, there must be a reason for this reputation. It's just we haven't seen it yet, I don't think.
Yeah. Because, like, I feel like I had that same thought about Mihawk, but then I saw Marineford, and he, like, effortlessly sliced that massive wave of ice in half. And I was like, okay, I see it. I get it. That is a very greatest swordsman thing to do. But then I watched Dressrosa, and Law cut the entire lab in half with one strike. And I was like, kind of feels like the same level. So I get at that point, the only thing Mihawk has is statement. So I get that Mihawk obviously would slam Law because of the statement. But in terms of the actual feats I've seen, it's not, I want to see it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Next favorite Warlord.
Crocodile.
Undisputed MVP of Marineford, may I add.
He was sick. He was very sick.
If anybody disagrees with me, I'll be really disappointed in you, because you're just wrong. You clearly just haven't read. The guy had more impact than probably anyone.
Bro was
aside from Whitebeard. Like, obviously Whitebeard had a massive part to play in Marineford, but I still think Crocodile sort of went above and beyond what his character's limitations were at the time. Croc just on top, man, I'm telling you. Like, out of this set of the Warlords, I'd say he's my favourite.
Damn.
Like, the Alabaster arc, perfect.
Really?
Loved it. I loved Alabaster. The only thing I didn't like about Alabaster was Pal. I thought that whole shit was kind of weird.
I don't like that he lived.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He should have died. And there was just no reason to bring him back. He was literally carrying a nuke. But we'll get on to that another time. I loved Alabaster, and I think Crocodile was such a turning point for the story when it came to the ancient weapons. And it showed us a little bit more of the Void Century and what the story was really about. And the fact that we're not just searching for the One Piece, we're looking for the steps to find the One Piece. Is not just a linear path that everyone follows. It's such a roundabout journey, and it was really setting us up for what we were going to be seeing. Like, the ancient weapons we were discussed about, Wano was mentioned, Elbaf was mentioned. There's so many big plot points which were mentioned so early in the story. I feel like, looking back on it, I've rewatched Alabaster front to back, read it front to back, done everything with Alabaster 3 or 4 times. And bearing in mind, I've only really recently finished it, and I've enjoyed it that much, I've just kept going back.
See, I actually, I really enjoyed Alabaster. It was one that I think I was talking to another friend who likes One Piece, and he was saying Alabaster was, like, on the bottom end of the arcs. This is before I'd watched it, so he didn't like it all that much. I watched it and went in with expectations that this is going to be mid. Actually really enjoyed it, but weirdly, the main thing that other than Pearl living, the main thing that let me down in Alabaster was Crocodile. I did not like him at all. Impel Down and Marineford, absolute redemption. Alabaster, like, his character, cool, fine.
No way.
The fight, how he was beaten by Luffy, I hate it. I did not like it at all.
It's the first character progression of Luffy actually using his brain. This is like...
I feel like it was
a huge momental moment of our main character's, like,
it's too easy though.
Storyline.
Because, like, Luffy is like, he used his brain, he can now hit Crocodile. Why is Crocodile losing his ones? Like, Doflamingo was throwing hands with. I get Crocodile's not Doflamingo, but Doflamingo is like taking hits and literally taking hits from fucking Gear 4 Bounce Man with like time skip Luffy, you know, all that shit. And Crocodile's out here like as soon as Luffy can touch him, and he's getting slammed. Like,
yeah,
I didn't like that aspect. It was the fact that the fight was so easy once Luffy had figured out how to touch him. It felt too easy.
Yeah, I think in Alabasta especially, Crocodile's villainy was more so the action of stealing the rain than his actual output as a fighter. And I think that the political side of it carried his character in Alabasta, and that's why I enjoyed it probably more than other villains we've seen, is because it wasn't just as cut and dry as going to beat this guy up, because he'd sort of turned the country into his own sort of dominion, similar to Doflamingo, but Doflamingo done it with a massive crew. This is the thing that people don't realize. Everyone loves to draw the comparisons from Dressrosa and Alabasta and how they're practically mirrors of each other. Crocodile did a lot of this shit on his own. He toppled a nation on his own, essentially, and set up an operation similar to Doflamingo with, you know, dance powder, and we've all read it, we've all seen it. Doflamingo did the same, obviously on a, you know, probably a bigger scale, but he also had a massive crew of incredibly overpowered family members around him. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far... Oh, you finished Dressrosa, obviously.
Yeah,
you know, the flashbacks show us that. The lore flashbacks show us just how strong these people were and how feared they were. So taking sort of Dressrosa itself and the whole Kairos situation and the real royalty, that was easily done because he had a workforce below him which had broken devil fruits and global influence. Crocodile did it essentially independently.
Yeah. And like I said, that's a lot of the reason why I really enjoyed Alabasta. I think that's something that what I was saying about the fight is something I would actually put down to anime adaptation kind of not doing it justice that much. I feel like that's something that JJK is quite good at, is when you have anime adaptation, you can kind of make it seem less like things are as simple as, you know, solve the problem, punch, kick, win kind of thing. Story-wise, Alabasta, I loved it. I feel like I'm so used to modern anime that I struggle to get through everywhere up until Eni's lobby, I think.
Yeah.
In terms of like enjoying
Animation.
it as a show, like
Yeah.
as opposed to the story. Because I can see that's why I think the wit thing is going to be so good, because I love pre-time skip.
Yeah.
I just think it can be, I just look at it and think it can be so much more with a great adaptation, you know?
Oh yeah, I completely agree. I'm in the same boat as you. But I was about to say, after we finish this, we should do a tier list of arcs that you've viewed.
Sure, yeah.
Obviously not a long and in-depth one, but we could just have a quick talk and smash into a tier list quick, because even if I make a video, my opinion changes weekly. And I'll probably reread some sections again and be like, oh, well, this is higher, this is lower. So I reckon we get this out of the way, we enjoy the Warlords, and then we get into the arc review. Sort of.
Yeah, no, we can do that. Oh, one sec. Right, yeah, so... Fuck. I've completely forgotten that we were watching a video, so we should probably do that.
Yeah, we sort of went on a tangent there.
That's what we do, bro.
Yeah, we're good at that.
Natural disaster, taking the rain, the domain growing faster. Take a princess, outcast her, taking the rain, and I claim I'll outlast her. Alabasta, heart stone cold like it's alabaster. Landslide coming from the sand-eyed master, dodging every shot like an anti-vaxxer. Weak to the water but quick to flow, still dripped out, hook straight dipped in gold. Team never falters, the click baroque, you can't defy my order, I'm Mr. O. Impel couldn't hold me now, this Sandman's giving no sleep, and the dune is looming slowly from the sooner, know me. I don't know, I just expected so much more.
I feel like I've been blue balls here, I'm not gonna lie. Just hear me out on this one, let me find it.
My order, I'm Mr. O. Impel couldn't hold me now.
Why didn't he say hold me down?
Yeah.
What? Is Impel down? Say hold me down. Sorry, that just that took me out of the whole thing because I was like, oh, that's gonna be a sick bar, and he didn't say it.
Impel couldn't hold me now. This someone's giving no.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the rhymes. I don't like the flow of that section as a whole.
Yeah, it's not ideal. But Hancock got me. How do you remember that I said that? Well, when I started the Amazon Lily little mini arc, I put on Twitter. I said, Boa Hancock got me locked in for this arc. I don't know. That was months ago. I don't know how this guy's remembered that.
Gotta be
Fair
done.
enough. The bow and pause was so good. Fine, I'll continue then.
No me.
BOA, we gon' be okay. The most beautiful, no matter where I relocate. It's easy to see. Anybody in my way will be in the sea. I'ma have them in my yay. And the day in my face, I'm so vocal. They try to step up in my place, we go mobile. I'm riding with my Kuja mates, and it was in our face to end up as slaves to world nobles. They thought they could defeat me, pedal, know me. Attack me and will feed me, metal, know me. But I use it to be strong and deliverance to be. Nobody said even bites apples standing on their knees. I ended enemies, and I really can't stop. Become rock whenever they watching my hands drop. They rough shot to anyone trying to get on top. Say my name, yes, Boa Hancock.
I fucking loved it.
Yeah, that's the strongest one so far. I'm a big fan of that.
I loved it.
That's a 9 out of 10 for me.
It's a bit out of pocket, but I don't know what it was, from Amazon Lily all the way to the end of Marineford. I just love the weird pose she does, where she like sticks her head
back
all the way fucking back. It just gets me
Yeah.
every time, man. It's so funny. I love it. I really love it. But yeah, Bo Hancock, I had so much fun with that character. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, for a warlord, the whole like pining over Luffy thing. I'm guessing some people weren't a fan. I really like it. I'm not gonna lie. I've had so much fun with Bo Hancock.
Most of the community is a big fan of the Luffy Boa.
I'm glad to hear it. I had a great time with that.
Because I just like how clueless he is to it all. I just think it's such a cute dynamic between them.
It's great for her character, but it's also very Luffy. Very
just
Luffy.
being completely oblivious to the fact that he's got probably the most desirable woman in the One Piece world pining for him, and he consistently just pies her off and ignores her and
Uses
treats
her for
her
food.
treats her almost like no different to Zoro or Sanji. He just treats her as a friend.
Yeah, no, it's good. I hope she comes back, you know. Actually, I really love Bo Hancock.
Oda has a very, very good track record of bringing back characters in important moments, and we get to see fan favorites reoccur.
Glad. Right,
Yeah, Bo's 31, man. She's a cougar.
Step it up.
Nico Rabbit
Listen,
and
I move to the
Robin.
darkness, maneuver with a crew that you think is heartless. The truth is, I'm not the same group that have
I didn't like
started
this guy, I'm
journey.
not
My
gonna
heart
lie.
was a problem. I solved it like
Jack
wait.
Moria?
I had a crew and
Yeah.
I lost it. Now I don't know where my heart is. All those emotions have fought and I feel like my vision is sharper. I sit in the shadows while moving my brawn. I feel like a boss, I'm a dog. Something you don't want is wants on everyone inside your squad into a thug. Listen, I don't get attached. My soldiers expendable, all they know is go attack. Kick my feet up and relax. You might defeat them so well, cause they all coming back.
Zoro ain't doing no wrong.
So I thought that was just
You
okay.
will. Right, I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed that verse, even though Gecko Moria I wouldn't say is a massive character. I really enjoyed that verse. You will change your opinion on Gecko Moria. I'm fairly certain, because a lot of sort of his stuff doesn't really hit home until you realize the implications that he had. Like the people that he resurrected at what's his ship called? Shadow Asgard. The people which he resurrected are very, very powerful people from the previous era.
Oh yeah, I remember there was a Wano samurai.
Ryuma,
Yeah, who Zoro took his sword, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah. That
And
intrigued me, especially now that I'm hearing more about Wano at the moment.
And also, Ryuma is based on a character from Oda's previous work.
Okay, cool.
So he's directly, Ryuma is a character in Oda's first sort of, I'm not sure what it's called, I don't know if it's a one shot or not, but he's like actually in it, and then he's in One Piece. But even the sort of filler characters, I don't know if you've noticed in the montage, but a guy stood up and he had 4 arms with 4 guns.
Mm-hmm.
That character, even though he's sort of inconsequential at the time, was... I don't even know if you've heard of God Valley yet.
Don't think so.
I won't mention any further, but the people in chat will know what I'm on about. Those zombies were not just random soldiers.
Okay.
They are very, 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 very big characters, which had a massive part to play in probably the biggest event in the past sort of 100 years in the One Piece world. And I can't wait for you to get to that part.
I can't wait to get to all this stuff. I'm getting close now. I'm actually rinsing through it.
Wano is what happens when Toei feeds their animators.
For fuck's sake.
They're all just locked in cages.
I've heard good things about One Piece animation after, like, episode 900, I think is what most people say. It's not bad at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'd say anything after sort of Marineford was...
Yeah, it's pretty good.
On the up and up, sort of time
honestly,
skip onwards.
Dressrosa, like, Gear 4 is gonna be hard to beat. I love Gear. Like, Gear 4, Bounce Man is... That and Germa 66, probably, like, 2 of my favorite things that I've seen in One Piece.
Yeah.
But Gear 4 is, like, probably my favorite. I'm not gonna lie. I fell in love with it instantly. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know. Maybe it's just the sound design, the way it bounces, the look of the haki. Unlike some other attacks of Luffy's, I feel like I actually feel the impact of every hit. Like, it looks like it hits as hard as the damage it does.
Yeah.
I
feel like his presence is so much more intimidating in Bounce Man also.
It's so
like,
good.
The full silhouette changes, and I'd agree with that. Kusakabe Gear 4 is the best transformation, probably for Luffy specifically. I'd need to go back and sort of think about all of the other transformations. Magellan is one which springs to mind as being probably one of the cooler ones, but Gear 4 is really nice, and I love the sound design of like when he's like sort of just idly bouncing, stood around. It sounds like an overpumped basketball.
I love
and that's pretty much what Luffy is at that point, an overpumped basketball.
I also love the actual like transformation for Gear 4 is like when he like blows on his arm and it goes all wavy. It's sick. I just love it. I don't know. Because the great thing is that I'd never seen Gear 4 before. Like, I've seen One Piece stuff before. I'd seen like pictures of, Gear 2 and Gear 5. Gear 3 is quite easy to miss, I guess, but Gear 4, I had no clue. Like, I didn't know what to expect, and yeah, it's really, really good.
Big fan. Yeah.
For sure. But,
we crack on with the video.
Running. Me and him, we just had a discussion. He taking that pain, he won't back down for nothing.
That was a cold
Understand
moment.
what I did at the summit.
Yeah.
I was doing my part, I just need you to live. I ain't doing no harm, I was bluffing. You get hit with the beam, you get hit by my hand, you gon' disappear all of a sudden. Why was I summoning the powers above me?
Sorry to interrupt. That slap reminded me so much of Todo hitting Mahito's hand. I was gonna run that back. I don't know what it was. The movement or so, it just felt so similar.
I was doing my part, I just need you to live. I ain't doing no harm, I was bluffing. You get hit with the beam, you get hit by my hand, you gon' disappear all of a sudden. Why was I summoning the powers above me? Sick to my stomach, we need revolution, and I'm gonna run it, ain't no more corruption. Now you deceased on arrival, no means for survival. Nothing is changing, repeating the cycle. Luffy be tripping, that boy in denial. Killing them all, it's just me and my Bible. New generation.
Yeah. I was a big fan of that, and I think it's more so to do with the fact that I love Kuma as a character than the verse itself.
I'm definitely biased.
I do have heavy Kuma bias, and I don't know what it is. Kuma's design, albeit so unbelievably simple, it's just great.
I just want to say about his Devil Fruit, like, or just his ability, like, the pacifistas are cool, but actual Kuma, the whole just, like, it's just, like, repulsion. It's basically just, like, big anime laser beam kind of force, right? So simple. I love it. It was so effective. It was the, like, one of my favorite parts of Thriller Bark was the Zoro Kuma interaction.
Yeah.
But just Kuma's just like powers and design and like how little he speaks, but how much I can already see there is to him with his actions more than words is like, and even just the implication of a Bible, like,
yeah,
I was instantly locked in, and then that's one of the reasons why Sabaody was my favorite, because it took me a second when watching it. I got confused for a while. I was like, have I missed something? And I realized there was 3 of them, because there's like Law's crew fighting. I think Beppo is the name of the bear, right?
Yep.
Kid was fighting one, and the Straw Hats were fighting one. And they were cut in between, and I kind of had a minute where I was like, did I fall asleep or some shit? Like, what am I missing? And then I clocked eventually. I was like, there's multiple. And just like, that made Sabaody for me, and I just love Kuma. It's just so cool.
Yeah. And you've only seen probably 30% of the complete character arc of Kuma, and honestly speaking, I don't think Oda has done a character quite as complete as Kuma. And you will love it. I know for a fact you'll love it. The direction it goes. But the problem is, you won't see it for ages. Yeah, I'd even say 20%.
I'll get there by the end of the month. Not the end of the month. Oh yeah, the end of the next month. The end of this month would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, well, considering it's today.
Yeah.
Kuma's, yeah, straight up. I don't even classify him sort of in the Warlords, because he's just levels above in my eyes. He's just so much more of a character than just classifying him as a Warlord.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why I kind of got drawn to him so much. It's like, you can see from the get-go that there's something there, which I felt like wasn't there for other characters that were cool, but, you know, not necessarily as impactful.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jinbei.
The boy.
Then they know I'm a legend. My path for the future has never been clearer. Raising my chop like my glass for a toast, with that scar to his face like I looked in the mirror.
Stoic done right.
On my ship, I am the helmsman. Sipping on gin, catch the wave while I'm steering. My training and discipline match my appearance. A shark in the water, you probably should clear it. Yeah, flow like the ocean, don't skip, never stutter. This pressure too heavy, you might as well quit, man. Oh, he is Zoe and he sink or he suffer. This water do wonders for likes of a fish, man. He hug the strongest, I'm tired of this shit, man. Hey, they wanna know where I be, okay, 10,000 meters deep, Flamingo, nothing was...
I didn't mind the verse. No offense to the guy, it wasn't the right voice for Jinbei.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. However, I just love Jinbei as a character. I didn't even listen to the lyrics, I can't lie. I was just sort of looking at the clip behind. And I'm just going to give that a big thumbs up, because I think Fishman Karate is probably one of the most like underused power systems in One Piece. And I'd love to see it fleshed out a little bit before we sort of end.
I love the massive, big brass balls on Jinbei, bro. Like,
oh, yeah.
It just...
The ship steering scenes are the best, man. When they're literally driving into... Driving? Do you drive a boat? Sail a boat? Yeah, when you're sailing, when they're like sailing into storms and what looks like certain death, and the steel-faced, not a care in the world, not a bead of sweat on his head. He's just like spinning that wheel and sending them the right way.
Bro, Big Mom gave him the death stare, and he was like, "I ain't afraid of dying, bro," and nothing happened. Yeah, and he just sat down in front of, like, I'd shit myself. Big Mom is terrifying, despite what I've been saying on Twitter recently. Like, I just. Kusakabe, get out of my chat, man. I'm playing the video, get out of my chat.
Tango with threads and needles or a lasso whip. They're all coming for the head like a bambolin. So I play on like the banjo strings or the mandolins. Yeah, this man's gone link my digits with the strands. Those limbs get to dance and my hands are commanding rings like a coliseum. Make your neck like a coliseum. No, I got the land and the riches. Man, you gotta hand it to this kid. Got the world wrapped around my finger, handling all my family business. Controlled like a marionette, that's all the government's hanging. No comparison, I'm blessed with the blood of a dragon. Try and buy me off, that's not very impressive. It's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
Blood of a Dragon is referring to... So he's descendant of a celestial dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's okay, I like it.
I'm a big fan of that, and watching that just sort of reminded me of how incredibly diverse his kit was.
Oh, yeah.
Like...
Yeah, for sure.
You think, oh, yeah, he can control switch string. Yeah, that's cool. But, like, how impressive can you make that ability? And then you see Dofi, like, use the ability and, like, Okay, yeah, fair enough. This is incredibly sick, and Oda has made a pretty boring, boring sounding ability incredibly interesting.
I mean, the bare minimum of what he can do with those strings is one of the best things Ryoma and Sukuna can do. And that speaks volumes. Like, just slicing things is, like, already a great idea for a string, right? Because originally I thought he was just going to be, like, Puppet Master. Which, obviously, that's a great way of describing Doflamingo, but in terms of the actual use of the Devil Fruit, I wasn't expecting applications that good and dangerous as well.
Yeah, because you've got to think it's not just being able to control people and things. It's also the bird cage. It's also the multicolored whips. It's also being able to like knot them and throw spider webs like Sukuna. But he's doing like, especially in sort of the closing moments of Dressrosa, the bird cage was above, yet he was still fighting Luffy and Law at the same time. And bro was cooking while doing so. Like, it really showed his sort of fighting acumen and just how powerful this guy was and why he deserves the Warlord status. And I think now just watching him rot and impel down, knowing that he's there, he's discussing with... it's only a cover story, so I don't mind telling you, but there's a scene, there's a chapter, and Dofi's just explaining with, like, talking to Magellan, basically, talking about impel down and stuff.
Yeah.
And the fact that I just know that he's going to break out, and when he breaks out, all hell is going to break loose. Because you've got to think of how much he has lost.
Yeah,
and sure. It's just you think back to Dofi's story, and this is the second time that he's lost everything that, the first time he lost everything that his father worked for, and what his bloodline worked for, and then his father threw it all away. So he felt like he was betrayed by his father. What did he do? Killed him. Took his head to, Marijoa. Now, the exact same thing has happened. He's lost everything. He's lost all of his money. He's lost his Colosseum. He's lost Dressrosa. He's lost his fortress. And who done that? Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as he gets out, there is hell to pay. And I think it's going to be crazy. I think when he gets involved back in the story, it is really going to pop off.
Yeah. No, I see it. And I mean, just like the whole Dressrosa arc in general was so good for building up the world, I feel like. Because it ties into like Punk Hazard, and then you've got the mentions of Kaido, and then you've got the whole like Smile Devil Fruit things, and Doflamingo was like literally pulling the strings on all of these things that tied a load of points together, which is like something that gripped me a lot, because I think Kaido is, especially after seeing him for the first time, is like probably him and Wano in general are the two things I'm most interested in at the moment. So
yeah,
I really enjoyed that aspect of it. Also, Kusakabe again has quoted a tweet of mine recently. Zoro saying in the same episode, Zoro saying, "I can cut. There isn't anything I can't cut," and then immediately fails to cut Doflamingo's birdcage.
Yeah, just one of those, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gonna do what Croc did. Kilroy, I'm not really sure what you're referring to, man. Yeah.
Are you saying like he's gonna break out and help Luffy? I don't see that happening with Doflamingo, I'm not gonna lie.
No spoilers. I know, but I'm not. The fact that no spoilers come at the end makes me think that I'm missing a Croc plot line, which you maybe not have seen.
Oh.
As in join the people that I think you were referring to. Strong possibility. But I feel like there's too many moving parts, and there's too many hierarchies within that wouldn't allow for Dofi to be Dofi. So for that reason alone, I feel like if he gets out, he'll be more of a solo player and try and meet up with the rest of the Doflamingo pirates. Like the Don Quixote family. But I don't think he'll join who you think he's going to join. But then again, that's just my personal opinion. Are they in order or are they not? Are they not in order, man?
No.
It's so gross.
Let Let me just move the ones to the bottom I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Not seen Wano.
Zoo. Wait, you've seen Zoo?
Is there anything? I don't know what the arcs are after Wano. So I think
So
everything
Whole
else.
Cake
Like,
Island. Yeah, Whole Cake Island you wouldn't have seen.
I mean, I've seen half of it.
Yeah, you haven't seen Reverie.
Okay. Pretty sure I reckon. Yeah, I've done
Romance Dawn's the first one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think you've seen Zoo. I think Zoo comes after.
No, I have.
Wait. Oh yeah, that may be before then.
That was before Whole Cake. If it's yeah, no, I have.
Yeah, because they haven't. Yeah, you're essentially caught up because the rest is just the.
Okay.
Yeah, you may just want to bring it up on stream.
Cool. Right. Wait. Actually, do it so I can see. I'll do. So Romance Dawn is like literally 4 episodes, I swear, and it's just intro.
Yeah, it's
Just
very
kinda
much
stuff.
just setting the scene.
Just like,
A little bit of Luffy backstory, a little bit of Shanks backstory.
For Shanks, I'm gonna put it in C.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect middle of the ground. We didn't get enough of content for it to be any more than that.
I'm not gonna get this in order, I don't think, but I know.
Um,
No, it's a bit later. Is it Orange? And
it was
Syrup?
Orange Town, then Syrup Village. I believe.
I think I'm gonna put Orange Town is Buggy.
Yeah, Buggy in the Circus.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do this because I fucking hated the Yuta Park.
You
I'm not gonna lie.
hated Syrup? Yeah, I can see that. I don't think I'd drop it down to such an E, but I can get where you're coming from. Baratier. That's. I feel like this B tier for me. I think
It's like high B, low A.
High B, low A. That's where I'm looking.
I'm gonna leave it high B for now. But
So I'm just thinking Mihawk
I
there.
love Baratier. Also just like
Zeph.
Sanji from the get go. I read Baratier, so I got the uncensored story, which is much better than the anime censored one.
Rum Island was next, I think. Oh no, Low. It wasn't. It was Logue Town, no.
Yeah, I think so.
We got like Along Park.
Oh no, it's Allons Park. Yeah, you're right. Allons Park is good, but massively overrated in my opinion, because I know a lot of people who have it in like their top 3.
I just think there were some big moments. I think it was really, really early in the story, so the madness hadn't really started. I'd probably put it low B.
I'll put it low B, yeah. I think that's fine.
Because introduced sort of a lot of important features of the world that we really needed to like sort of pay attention to. Like the Fishmen are such a massive part of the story.
Killer agrees. B. Yeah. Okay. That's all I need to hear.
Logatown next.
Yeah.
I think.
I actually really enjoyed this. I don't think it was like game changing. Dragon was really cool.
No.
Smoker is still in my top 10 favorite characters because I just fucking love Smoker. Don't know why. He reminds me of my old English teacher. That might have something to do with it. The arc itself, I'll probably give C, like high C.
I'd argue probably a B as well. Honestly, because I just think the world building in that arc alone sort of carries it. And especially like Dragon's introduction. Yeah, no, but Allons Park should go above Baratier in my eyes.
Really? I think I prefer Baratier, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Like by quite a bit, yeah.
Oh, I just think the whole Nami being able to like double cross the crew and then Luffy being able to trust her again, the dedication to then go in, shutting down Allons Park, and even the fight itself was great.
I enjoyed the fight a lot.
Also, as well, the live action. I know we don't really talk about it much, but the live action really, really nailed Allons Park.
If I'm rating the live action, it's gonna go in like B or A.
Because everything is like, yeah.
I can't get like just that one scene of Zoro crossing the like little pond and Sanji's kick stuck in my head since watching that.
Yeah.
Like it's the first thing I think of when I think of the show.
They've nailed the One Piece.
It's so good, bro.
Live action, yeah.
Really good.
Have you seen the castings for?
I haven't.
Oh,
haven't.
I'd quickly have a quick look because a couple of days ago they released who are the Baroque Works members.
Season 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Jaff, please make him leave and you can cook. You'll know one of them for definite.
Where is it going to tell me?
Yeah.
Mr. 3. I know this
if
guy.
You scroll down, there'll be headshots. So he's out of Suicide Squad.
That's already. I see it. I'm not familiar. I don't think. Does it say anything else?
I think they've nailed it in terms of casting to make them look like the actual characters.
Yeah.
Absolutely nailed it. Clive Russell as well. Huge actor.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot.
If any of you have seen Game of Thrones, you'll be recognizing him.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the giants are difficult to picture right now because it's obviously going to be heavy CG. But I have faith that they're going to nail it.
Have faith.
And this one is the only one I sort of see a difference with.
I think it depends how they do it because the photo probably is like just him. It's not.
Yeah, he's going to have a helmet on which covers his eyes, and he's going to have a long beard, so I feel like there's a lot of prosthetics which can help. But that's all they've released. I just thought it'd be interesting to bring up because it's a bit of a recent...
they definitely they like to go all out with this, which I appreciate.
Yeah, but I'm happy they're not just shoehorning A-list celebrities into it because it's popular. Like the fact that they're actually taking time and casting to make sure that they look similar and have the similar mannerisms to the characters themselves.
I loved... So... Buggy the Clown, I forget what's his name. It's something Ward.
Yeah.
So that was one of the main reasons why I actually sat down and watched it because my third favorite TV show of all time is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and he's a very big character in the later seasons of that, played by that actor. So I really enjoyed his Buggy the Clown.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I thought he really did it well.
I'm trying to remember
I think in when we like reviewing like sort of the whole of One Piece live action, I still think they sort of nailed it.
Yeah, it is really good. Okay, after Logtown we have
Whiskey Peak, was it not?
I think it's Reverse Mountain, then Whiskey Peak. Like they cross the Grand Line, right?
No, you go to the little garden and they pick up Chopper first. No.
That's.
I can't remember. I haven't seen it for so long, so you could be right.
The Grand Line. I'm pretty certain.
I'm so out of check when it comes to the early arcs because I haven't really rewatched them or reread them at all.
Reverse Mountain.
So you could be right.
This is like with what's his name? Oh fuck, the whale.
Laboon. And Laboon and Crocus. Yeah, this is just after Arlong Park.
I like animals.
I know, I just...
But like, that was the only thing I really cared about was Laboon.
Check out the casting for Smoker. I think you'll like it.
Oh, let me have a look.
Wait, they've released the casting for Smoker? I haven't even seen that. Yeah, I don't really know how they're going to cast Wapol. That's going to be a real interesting one. And I don't really know how they're going to do the CGI with... Henry Cavill as Smoker, man. Yeah, grip.
There's no. I don't think there's. Wait, is this?
No, I don't think it's been casted yet. Wait, reveals cast for Smoker Tashigi 3 days ago. Crunchyroll. Scroll down. First click. That's him. Yeah.
Tashigi is pretty damn good.
Spot on. Wapol is obviously so difficult to picture because of how incredibly weird he'd look in his design. I think Dalton's really good as well, even though I can't really remember much from his character. Wasn't he the guy
character.
which could turn into an animal?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like a.
Well, but I don't know. I don't know about the smoker.
Yeah.
Oh, I just think he looks a bit too young and a bit like.
That's what I'm saying.
Not weathered and gritty enough.
I feel like he.
Because
I can't imagine that man having grey hair.
I can't imagine the
silvery
guy
hair.
smoking either.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he needs to be a bit more soldier-like, you know?
Broad as well.
Like the guy, obviously not a very good casting because his face looks nothing like him, but the guy at the Jack Reacher would fit sort of the personality style of Smoker
Jack
a lot. Jack Reacher it's a show. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but the guy in it is literally huge, like a giant guy. I can't remember the actor's name. Let me just get it up.
See, Little Garden. The Giants were cool.
Alan Richson, that's his name.
How do you spell that? Alan
R-I-T. That's him, American actor, top one. A bit more,
I see
you
it.
know, a bit more gruff,
sure.
a bit more.
Yeah.
He needs to be a bit more weathered, and especially if you look at the way the guy's built. I think he's like 6 foot. Yeah, he's like 1.9 meters, so that's like well over 6 foot.
Yeah, I see it. I feel like I'm gonna get a bit of hate for this, but where was
Wait,
the
you've
next
put
one?
Little Garden in D tier.
Yeah, I understand that it has implications moving forward with Elbath. Elbath, is that right?
Yeah.
The actual arc, like,
I loved it, man. I thought it was such a cool concept. We got a little bit of backstory on the Giants, and then met Dorian Broggie, which were really, really strong characters, I thought. That surprised me.
I'm not gonna lie. What's next? I'm struggling to.
Drum Island, I think, is next now. Or Whiskey Peak, maybe? Can't even remember what Whiskey Peak was.
Oh, it is Whiskey Peak, I think, yeah. This is when, like, Zorro...
Didn't he go crazy?
Yeah, he like, cuts down everyone. And everyone else
isn't
sleeps
this
off.
the Mr. 3?
No, it's the other guy who like, disguises himself as Vivi by the end of it.
Oh, Bong Play.
No.
Wait, I can't.
I can't remember
so
what he's
bad
called.
with early One Piece, man.
Alabaster characters. Just trying to find this guy.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember
Mr. 8.
really what happens.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
I just know that Zorro does stuff.
Yeah, I can remember Zorro just going crazy in that arc, and that pretty much being it. Yeah, Kilroy, that's literally the way that I'm at now. It's like I've seen so much shit. I've consumed so much One Piece content. Whiskey Peak is just not in my brain.
I feel like I need to add a row below E.
Yeah, and just...
Why is it... Wait, what's happened here? I don't know. I need to balance it out a little bit. Because I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very particular. C is like, look bad, but to me that's just like really good. I like it.
A 7 out of 10.
But S is like it's gonna be hard.
Perfect arc.
Drum Island.
For me, A tier.
A.
Yeah. Chopper's backstory is probably up there with my favorite.
I'd drop it here. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. I just love Chopper so much, and his backstory and the characters and the supporting characters, and even the fact that like Wapple is involved but not front and center, and like Dr. Nefario, and I think that's his name. I can't remember. I'm thinking they should be pulling that from a deep part of my mind, and just how heartbreaking his story is, but the relevance it has to the way that he acts is just perfect. I think if there was just a bit more action in it, it would have been an S.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm a big fan of what's his name? Is it Dalton?
Yes.
Yeah, voiced by my goat Irvin Smith in the dub, at least.
Yeah, I haven't seen, unfortunately.
There is, I think, that voice actor for Irvin gives the best voice acting performance I've seen in both of them, dub and sub. Best voice acting performance I've seen in anything in Attack on Titan. No spoilers, chat. Yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about. No spoilers.
This is a high feel when it comes to One Piece. I'm just constantly like, shit, I better say no spoilers.
I feel like Alabasta deserves an A, but it's like low A for me.
Yeah, I can get that, but it's up there with Drop Island for me.
This thing was fun.
I
Realistically,
absolutely despise Long Ring Long Land.
I mean, realistically, it's worse than this shit, but like, it was fun. I didn't care for it, but it was fun. I didn't hate it because it's only like 12 episodes or something. So like, in terms of arcs, it's shit, but
yeah,
I didn't mind it. You know, just
bottom of the pile for me. Least favorite arc in the entire thing.
Is it? I want to say it's Jaya then Skypiea.
Yes.
Jaya. I was.
Will we meet Cricket?
Like, does this include like the whole Blackbeard meeting and Noland and stuff?
Yeah.
See, that was really good. Then it dropped off.
I feel like it's really difficult to judge Jaya without judging Skypiea. Because they are two sides of the same coin, essentially. You can't have one without the other. Skypiea wouldn't be as good as it was, in my eyes, without the sort of build-up of Jaya. Yeah, and by the way, before we skip on, Kilroy, I have such a theory about the Long Ring Long Land and the parallels that are coming up in the sort of story as of now. I've got huge theories, and I'm sure I've seen a lot of other people talking about it recently. I just hate the arc right now, and I just think that the exposition given, albeit may be relevant in upcoming chapters and plot points, I still don't think that strengthens the arc anymore. I think Foxy's by far one of the worst villains we've seen, with the most boring ass power, and just a big thumbs down from me, honestly. I'm glad to see you've put Skypiea in B. Like,
first half, like, I was really bored, and then the second half was so good.
I think it was designed for that purpose. I think it was meant to be a sort of slow burner, and then as you gradually learn more about this new race of people that we've come into contact and their intricacies and their, relationship with the other Skypeans and the other Sky races. It's just
looking back on it, knowing that mantra was observation haki.
Yeah.
It's quite cool. It's the same with like CP9. So that was just like basic applications of haki, right? And we didn't even know it at the time. I like it.
And I'm just thinking of like Skypiea and especially Kusakabe bringing up Nolan's backstory.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that would push it would push mine to an A. I think is on par with Alabasta in my eyes, but I also don't think the Skypiea would nearly be as strong without Jaya. So I feel like it's
I'm putting it high B, but I can see low A, just because like I really liked the ending, just the second half.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
After that we have Water 7.
Yeah, because we need to go get a new.
Yeah, it's Water 7, Enies Lobby, Enies Lobby, Thriller Bark, right?
No, it's Thriller Bark before all of this. It's Water 7, then fill out Thriller Bark.
But Brooke wasn't at Enies Lobby though.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, when did?
Yeah, it was Thriller Bark is after.
Yeah, Thriller Bark is definitely
the time
after. Skip.
No, it's not. It's before the time skip. It's after Eni's lobby. But Eni's lobby isn't time skip. You're thinking Marineford.
I am thinking Marineford. Ignore me. I'm telling you, man, it's really One Piece brain fog. It's real.
It's even real for me. I'm 800 episodes in. I can barely remember. Water 7 is probably
perfect.
I don't know
You
if
add
it's
that.
go above or below Skypiea. Probably maybe a smidge above.
I think probably just a little smidge above.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Ooh.
I just think the introduction of Frankie and the twist was perfect in Water 7. And I loved the whole sea train. I loved all of that. I think it was just really, 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 really well done. Oh, excellent stuff.
In terms of One Piece arcs, Eni's lobby is S tier. However, as people know on my Twitter though, if this was an anime arc rating in general, I would have it. I don't think it's like my peak, but in terms of One Piece, from what I've seen so far, it is like a peak arc. I think it's probably the peak of One Piece, with the exception of Marineford.
Honestly, I think that Eni's lobby, reading Eni's lobby, is up there with my favorite arcs of all time in any manga. I think it is very, 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 very close to being perfect.
It's in general, I would put it at an A tier arc in terms of anime and manga. One Piece, definitely S. Like, it's just, I feel like it is just my second favorite to Marineford so far.
There's little parts which I would tweak, but I think at face value, the entirety, the way that we've been looking at all the arcs, all of the plot points, I feel were relevant. There was very, very little filler, which is such a shock for One Piece. There wasn't as much world building because we were tying up loose ends, which we'd been accumulating through the first part of the story. It was a real first introduction to how important Nico Robin is to our crew and why she needs, why she needs to be a part of the crew and why she's such a dependent. Why she is dependent, why we are dependent as a Straw Hat crew on Nico being safe and constantly in our possession, because without her, we can't read the poneglyphs.
Yeah.
And we didn't realize that until Eni's lobby. And that sort of acceptance of, I now want to live. You've given me a reason to live. I don't think that there's many moments which have that sort of emotional weight.
Yeah, for sure.
There is some, and I can think of a couple off the top of my head. But the burning of the flag and the scene and the setting and the fact that Eni's lobby is like tied to the judicial triangle and all of the future implications to Marineford and Impel Down, just wow. Like, honestly, it finished a lot of plot points, but then also started a lot of plot points, which we then followed for, in manga release time, years. And a lot of stuff is still paying off to this day from Eni's lobby. And I just think that being able to sort of weave a story and then have plot points like 20 years in the future is just so incredible.
I've recently in Dressrosa, Lucci is back.
Yeah.
And the other knobhead whose name I can't remember.
Kaku?
Probably. No, that's the giraffe guy, right?
Yeah, who?
Not the giraffe guy.
Who's in Dressrosa?
The guy with the half mask. Who was
big guy
in charge of it all. The guy who made the Buster Call.
Oh, Spandam.
Sure.
Yeah, the leather mask guy with the grey hair. Spandam, yeah. Kilroy, I've just got such a passion for One Piece, man. I love it. By far my favorite right now.
This is like, your passion for One Piece is my passion for Attack on Titan.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, I feel like most people, obviously, I don't know what the fuck the big three means. I know what they are. Don't know what the fuck it means. In terms of anime, the two that I hear most commonly talked about as the best are what I hear about. I know other people will hear other stuff, but I hear One Piece and Attack on Titan as like peak, like actual peak.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's also to do with everyone's algorithms. So if you start coming at me with fucking Naruto and you're like, you can hear different shit and think different shit, that's fine. Obviously, One Piece and like Attack on Titan, with me being interested, is just something I see more, and I see a lot of appreciation for them.
Yeah.
So,
to be fair, the big three was just a term that was used for the top 3 owners of Shonen Jump.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think it was Dragon Ball before the sort of Naruto Bleach era.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dragon Ball
because there's been multiple eras of the big three. That's the thing which people get caught up on, is they think that the big three is just a rating system for whose favorite anime at the time. It's not. It's like how much money was being made via those series, via Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
And obviously, the big three changes because people spend more money, people stop reading stuff. You know, it's a market at the end of the day. So,
yeah,
you know, in interest, a peak and trough. So, yeah, and I'd say the Dragon Ball is the biggest one, unfortunately. It's by far got the most world coverage, and it's been going for the longest. You know, Toriyama seriously knows what he's doing, and really, really made a legacy of, you know, it's not my style of content, but I know that it's touched a hell of a lot of people's lives. And
I mean, I see stuff like, I don't know, maybe you'll defend this, but I see stuff saying like Conqueror's Haki is a more iconic attack than Kamehameha and a Rasengan.
I know, but like all of those opinions are like, they're literally opinion based. You know, it depends on, you know, if this power move is more iconic to you. You know.
Nah, but there's like people saying that it's in general just more people know. Dragon Ball is something that, like, even because I knew nothing about One Piece until I got involved in anime and One Piece. Outside, before I even touched anime, everyone grows up knowing what Dragon Ball is. So, of course, it's like, you can tell it pulls in money. Like, all anime pulls in money, but Dragon Ball was just...
It's a level above. It's the worldwide grasp
like,
it
has.
has.
It broke the internet, bro. Literally broke the internet.
Yeah. And... yeah, I can't actually, you know, say any more than that. You've hit the nail on the head. Like, you know, everyone knows about Dragon Ball, but you know, I still do the gear 2 pose when I'm in the shower sometimes. You know, just got to charge up and shit. But it's one of my most iconic moves, and I'd say that it's probably synonymous across a lot of media. But you know, people just disagree and say, "Oh, well, I actually think that."
Yeah, because I'd sit here and say this is... oh, I've just broken my whole fucking setup doing that.
The Bankai is more like iconic or anything, you know?
Yeah, post Denny's lobby. Don't know what happens, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that is.
Isn't that when they just sort of move in Ace? Or they're talking about Ace from Impel Down? Maybe. I don't really know. I can't really remember. I don't think there's many.
Is it? So, no, it's talking to Garp about Dragon and seeing Kobe again, I think.
A lot of these sort of short arcs very, very easily slip my mind.
I'll just put it in bottom of C because there's like good information from what I remember and good development for Kobe and Helmeppo.
Yeah.
Thriller Bark for me, there's some really good moments. There's some pretty boring moments as well. I predicted the Big Mom thing with Lola.
Yeah.
Mainly because I knew who... if I didn't know who Big Mom was, I would never have guessed it, but...
yeah.
It's a hard character to miss, you know, when you're involved in anime.
Yeah. And the connections with it. Yeah. I still think Thriller Bark is... it holds up. I wouldn't say it's a great arc. I'd say it holds up. And I think that's probably the right place to put it, where you've just stuck it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think that's spot on.
I believe...
I just like Nightmare Luffy. I think Nightmare Luffy is probably one of the coolest transformations we've seen as well.
Yeah.
And I think Gecko Moria, although isn't really the strongest of villains in terms of like coolness factor, you have Perona, Dr. Hogback, Absalom, all characters which have massive implications in later stories. Not so much Dr. Hogback, but was a necessary character for Chopper's evolution. So, evolution? Like, obviously not in Pokemon format, but evolution as a character.
I also just I enjoyed Usopp being unaffected by the depression ghosts. Just a little thing I remember from that I liked a lot.
Yeah. And also, Perona just cooking everyone, by the way, was incredible to see.
For me,
what wasn't
Sabaody?
Yeah.
It's like really, really high A, but honestly, I'd happily put it low S. Like, I fucking loved Sabaody. Like, I'm so down to put it low S.
I would agree. It's in my sort of big three arcs of.
I love it. So good.
Yeah, and I think it's short enough. There is good. They introduce so many characters. They introduce so many concepts that we're still talking about today. It's great. Honestly, like, we really meet some big hitters which have real impact on the story, real impact on the universe around them. Because you think before this, albeit we've been, you know, fighting some big names at the time, like, you know, Spandam had, you know, implications previous in the story before Luffy and before our cast. You know, Lucci was still a bit up and coming at the time. Obviously, now we're in the story where Lucci has been around forever and he's known as an elite agent. Back then, he still wasn't, you know, he's still almost trying to make a name for himself. Same with Smoker, same with essentially everyone that he's come up to in this point, you know, with probably the exemption of Enel and Crocodile. Sabaody is where we really, really meet a full-fledged cast of, holy shit, these are world changers.
Yeah.
You know, the Supernovas, a lot of, like, well, I wouldn't say a lot, a couple of the Warlords, some Admirals we see in action. Like,
Kizaru, so cool.
You know, Sentomaru's there as well. Like,
so good.
I just find it hard to not give it a low S.
There's nothing wrong with it. Like,
it doesn't have the content to push it forward, I think. That's
the pacing is perfect. Is because there's so much and none of it drags. It's all perfect.
Yeah, I think it's spot on. But I can't give it a further, like, guaranteed S.
It's like shaky S, for sure. But yeah.
Because there's just, for me, there's just not enough of content to wrap my teeth around. There's a lot, and there's a lot of introductions, but those introductions are very much like, look at this character, now look at this character, now look at this character. These are the powers that you're going to be facing.
Yeah.
You know? Sentomaru, by the way, I'm so very, very glad that there's a positive acclamant in the chat, because I'm a big fan of Sentomaru.
Amazon Lily, I had fun with. I wouldn't say it's like a game-changing arc. I enjoyed it. Like,
I think a low B tier for me. A low B tier just above Thrillerbark. Solely for Boa Hancock.
I'd put it at the bottom of B. Boa Hancock is such a fun character. And just strong as well. Like, undoubtedly strong. Good backstory. Ties in well with the whole Celestial Dragon thing, which I'm very interested in. Just the whole introduction of Conqueror's Haki. It's great. It's just really good, you know?
Yeah, it's a solid arc.
Yeah.
And I think B, so like if we're looking at the scale, like a B is probably like an 8 out of 10, and I think an 8 out of 10 is just like where it should be.
Yes,
however,
Kusakabe.
Impel down.
Well, I just want to point out Kusakabe. Wait, don't, like, why are you saying yes, Boa Hancock smash? Like, that's. Is there anybody in chat who disagrees?
I'd like to know. I would also like to know.
No?
Nope.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
Moving on.
She's
Impel
31,
down.
perfect. Experienced.
Yeah,
Kilroy.
exactly.
Got a big forehead. My goodness. I've hit it all.
Moving on, because Kusakabe's opinion doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
I'd put Impel down as like high A.
Yeah, I was about to say just above Alabaster, just below Sabaody for me. Once again, great cast of characters introduced.
I love Buggy. I adore Bon Clay. It took some time to warm up to what's his name, Ivankov.
Yeah.
In the end, just I love that whole thing. I love the scissor. I don't remember their name. I'm not gonna lie.
Inazuma?
Yeah, Inazuma. Connections to Dragon, Revolutionary Army, that kind of thing. Magellan was sick. What's his name?
Hannibal.
Yeah. Awesome.
Good job, I'm here, man.
Yeah. I don't know,
good night, Kilroy, as well, also, man.
Good night, mate. But yeah, I feel like it's the same logic as Amazon Lily, where it's just really good, but better. Like,
yeah.
But it's just consistently. I enjoyed all of it.
I just think the theme was great, the location was great, the fact that each floor was sort of like a mirror
levels,
of a layer of hell.
It's great.
And it's just like, people don't really... I can remember when we were talking about One Piece originally, and someone asked me what my favourite character was. And I was like, a bit of an outward shout, but I really, really like Magellan. And I remember I got absolutely slated for it in the chat. I stand by it. He's one of the best characters we've seen. And I just think he's such a complete character that he's got that comedy around him. He's also incredibly threatening when he wants to be. You can tell that he rules with like an iron fist. And then you've got that sort of counterpoint of Hannibal and the fact that the only thing he cares about is the title, where Magellan cares about keeping the prison locked up. Like, and the fact that he didn't get seduced by Boa and he saw through her plan. It's just like, it's a real sort of testament to the character himself.
Let's not forget that Blackbeard is also a big part of Impel Down.
Oh, man, yeah.
Shiryu, I believe, is
yes.
The like rogue guard that Magellan decided to let out and then immediately betrayed him.
Well, he was a vice warden.
Yeah.
And Shiryu of the Rain. And yeah, that whole plot point of him being released and Blackbeard strengthening his crew with probably some of the most powerful people we've seen locked up in Impel Down, you know, aside from the very, very big hitters like Dofi and Croc and those. I'm a big fan of Impel Down.
Yeah. This is easy.
Marine, yeah, 100%.
I can't speak on anything beyond Whole Cake. It is the best arc by a long shot that I've seen. Like,
yeah,
it's
complete.
It is perfect. In terms of anime arcs, I put it in S tier. Like, in general, it is peak fiction. Period.
Yeah. The title is so fire as well.
Even the anime adaptation. Like, people complain about the pacing and shit. No. Anime adaptation, it was great. It can be better if you like, because obviously the animation is limited by its time and just Toei in general, but for what they were working with, it's great. I love it.
And especially when these new guys pick it up, I always forget that the studio's name, Wit.
Yeah.
When Wit picks up Marineford.
Imagine.
Yeah, I don't even know.
It will be Attack on Titan level. Like, I know that. I know when Wit does it, it will be that level.
Yeah, whenever I think of Marineford, I think of that scene of Luffy getting dropped in, holding the mast, spinning it around with the admirals in front of him. Holy Jesus.
Yeah.
That is going to hit different when it's finally animated with the right pacing.
Just like, I love just something that the moments for me, the highlights, when I think of Marineford, because there's so much, the things that come to mind is what's his name? Aokiji's immediate reaction and freezing the waves that Blackbeard causes. So cold. I don't know why that moment stuck with me. Luffy staring down Whitebeard, or more like Whitebeard staring down Luffy and Luffy not moving, but yeah, that sort of interaction. Marco and Kizaru, their interactions a lot as well. What's his name? Akainu? Just, I don't know, it's just him. I don't normally care that much for villains, I'm not gonna lie, but like, in terms of antagonists, like, he just did everything. He just said, fuck it, like, I'll just do it, like.
Have you seen the comment made by Oda as if Akainu was the main character?
No, I have not.
He came out and said that if Sakazuki, so that's Akainu's real name,
yeah,
if he was the main character, One Piece would have been found in 2 years. That is a comment that he has made because of like that's how strong he's made Akainu.
Yeah. No,
and
I can see it.
It really shows.
I mean,
and
I
think
love
he's gonna have such an impact later in the story.
I love the admirals in general. That whole concept, I love it so much. Aokiji versus Akinu on what's it called, Punk Hazard, like the 10-day battle is one of the best. I didn't even see it. That's like some gay shit where you just state that it happens, right?
Yeah.
I could watch 10 days worth of that fight and be happy, but even just what I heard, I'm like, yeah, it's sick.
Yeah.
Like, it's just cold.
It is. And the fact that it changed the landscape permanently
Literally,
just shows how powerful these guys are. And especially Kuzan in Marineford, like the Ice Age, when he sort of just floated up into the air. And it wasn't even like a battle cry when he screamed Ice Age. It was just like low and somber, and it just fit his character perfectly. And it's that cool as ice men, like the cool as ice ethos that Kuzan is just so good at. And, you know, I don't know if you've met Aramaki yet. The tree guy.
No, I've met Fujitora, the Gravity Donnie.
Oh, yeah.
He is one of my favorites. I love him.
He is great. I love him.
A strange affinity to blind characters, so immediately went straight up for me.
Bro, I'm the same with purple themed characters. I have no idea what it is. I just gravitate towards purple themed characters, and Isho being purple and then having like gravity rocks. I don't know if you played Elden Ring, but it's like a spell in Elden Ring.
Very cool.
And it's just like, oh, man, I just love the character. I love the admirals. And honestly, if Luffy and the Straw Hats and the Supernovas weren't as cool and the Warlords, I would definitely be a Marine supporter, because holy shit, they've got some real characters, which are just incredibly fun to watch.
Like just the admirals just seem like the way I see the admirals portrayed is like Yonko level, like what I expect the Yonkos to be. I'm just like,
yeah,
admirals for me are like contenders. Do you know what I mean?
And the fact that there's, you know,
Whitebeard
Garp
may have been old and shit, but he like Whitebeard and Garp, I get the implications of how strong they were. I don't think just because they're not in their prime, they were still like Whitebeard was still stronger than everyone in Marineford. Like,
yeah,
being old and shit, you know.
Well, yeah, and you look at the
Marines.
Yeah, you look at the Marines and you think, yeah, the admirals are probably the peak of their firepower. And then you even look at the ancient sort of guys which have been in the Marines for ages. You look at Garp, you look at Sengoku, you look at Tsuru. These characters still have such massive power and such massive implication. You know.
I mean, I've seen so much stuff about Garp being like, all I see is just like, oh, Prime Garp, you know, people just say Prime Garp. I don't know what the fuck that means. But like, from what I've gathered, Garp is just insanely strong. I mean, I remember him and, what's his name? The guy with the pointy head. Jinzhou or something?
Yeah, Dinjo. With, yeah.
And he just like one-taps him.
So, the best way that I can compare Prime Garp to anyone that you would know is Sukuna level threat.
Fair enough.
And yeah,
I love Garp.
There's a lot of stuff which, yeah, because it's such a parallel to his character, because he's so joyous and unserious all the time and doesn't give a shit about desk work and just does what he pleases. Like, and I think the live action probably made me warm up to Garp even more, because I think the actor done a terrific job. And
great job.
I just love Garp, man.
Sure.
And Sengoku as well. The Sengoku at the end, with the sort of Buddha powers coming into full swing, and I still think we've not seen the extent of those powers.
Sengoku feels very Netero to me. I don't know if anyone in chat is a Hunter x Hunter fan, but it just gave me such Netero vibes, like with the power and even just his kind of nonchalant but serious at the same time. You also just know he's him. Like, he's sick. But Garp is, yeah, I love Garp. And just I don't know, just the Navy in general is great. Like, all the admirals, all the like random vice admirals that pop up. Just so sick.
Oh yeah, and you'll meet a lot more of those. Like, I'm not sure if you've met T-Bone at all yet, or any of those guys.
I probably won't know him by name, to be honest.
There's a lot of the vice admirals, and they've got really cool powers. Like, one guy has literally just got straight up 8 arms, and he just holds 8 swords. Or 6 swords, I can't remember. But it's just shit like that. It's just like, cool. So he's essentially a police officer with 6 arms and swords. Why would you not like that?
Yeah.
But I'm post-war, I think. Emotions-wise, it was like incredibly important. And for like the future of the story, yes. And Rayleigh's introduction really properly, I'd say it was better than Baratier. But I don't think it touches Skype here.
Yeah, I'd back that.
I don't think there was enough content to push it above Skype here. But I certainly think that it had more.
Return to Sabaody was cool. But like, just sort of cool. I'd probably put it there.
I'm not a fan of Return to Sabaody, I can't lie.
Really? I quite liked it.
Yeah, because it was just the arc where they had the copycats running around, no?
Yeah.
I was not a fan of that. You think that's better than Jaya, though? And Drum Island?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, the Chopper backstory doesn't do it for you? The Nolan backstory?
I'll be honest, I didn't give a fuck about Chopper's backstory. I like Chopper now.
Oh, mad. That is a crazy hot take.
Yeah.
And I'll be surprised if you don't get crucified for that. That is actually crazy.
It just didn't hit, I don't know.
Straight on the hate train, man.
That means I'm doing something right. Kusakabe is hating, I've said the right thing. I'll drop it top of C, I think that's fair.
Fishman Island. I really enjoyed.
It's not like terrible. I expected more for the first post time skip arc. I'd say it's like, I'd put it top of C, but I'd be fine putting it like B.
I liked Fishman Island. I loved Hody Jones. I loved Yuzuru. I loved all of the fishmen and the merfolk. I think Shirahoshi was cool. I thought Van der Decken's arc was really cool as well. I was a big fan of Fishman Island, and I think there's a lot of unwarranted hate for it. You know what? I'd agree with that. I think that's probably about right.
I just thought it was like, it kind of just lost me at times. I don't know.
It was a long watch. I'll admit it was a long arc. They could have wrapped up soon.
Yeah.
But you really do need to rewatch the Jaya and Skypiea once you've finished, or caught up at least, because it's incredible.
Skypiea, I really like Skypiea. It's just, I don't know. It had a strange vibe that felt very not One Piece. I don't know if that makes sense. But it just felt very different to everything else. I just didn't really fuck with the vibe.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. And sometimes the theming just doesn't hit and doesn't strike a chord with you. So, like, I can understand that. But, and this next one is a prime example of that with me. I absolutely hate Punk Hazard. I hate Caesar Clown. I hate everything about it. The only redeeming factor is the fact that lore is in it.
Okay, you made up for it with the lore statement, but I'd put Punk Hazard.
Sucks.
Well, what? I'd put it above Alabasta.
Crazy. You are crazy. It is
Smoker.
probably...
Okay, to be fair, Smoker is like my top 10 and he was in my top 10 before Punk Hazard. So it was like, I probably liked it more than most people because I'm just an odd one out who loves Smoker.
Yeah.
And lore.
I
like Caesar Clown.
For me, it is in C tier, above Logetown, below Drum Island. That is my placement for Punk Hazard. I think everything below it is only weaker because there's not as much content as Punk Hazard, and the implications are not as they. Obviously, Logetown, yeah, fair enough. But Punk Hazard cannot get above mid C tier.
Jaff, you're gonna have to get your own tier list, my friend.
No. I agree. I'm clarifying to chat that I'm not in agreement with this heretical claim.
Oh, I love it, bro.
Smoker
Law,
got one cool moment, which was the fucking ice
Trafalgar
cream.
Law, yeah, was getting fucked up. Like, he one-taps that guy. The only reason he was getting fucked up is because, like, he had his heart, right? Which is, okay, fair enough. And then as soon as he got it back, he cut the entire factory in half.
Yeah, so it's a cool
I was
moment.
literally, like, it was my first night out of surgery when I watched that, and I nearly stood up. I nearly jumped straight out of bed.
Right.
That shit had
And
me so
yeah,
gassed, bro.
The peak moment is incredible, and it's like such a feat. But if we're talking sword feats, I think Dressrosa Zoro cutting Pika is by far more impressive than the Law just cutting a random obsolete building.
No, I agree. Doesn't change the fact that it was cool as fuck, though.
No, I know it was cool, but I just think the rest of the arc was such a slog. It was such a boring. I hated Vertigo. I thought he was so boring. The fact that he could just turn his whole body into armament hack. He was such a cop out.
Yeah, okay, that's
Good
fair. I
God,
get that.
man. Like, there was no real.
I wasn't a fan of the whole kids storyline.
Yeah, with the giants.
Yeah, I didn't
that's
care for
weird. I do like, however, the bird woman.
Mm-hmm.
That is the only thumbs
Monet,
up I will
think?
give. Yes.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Another good waifu. So we'll give her a point for that. Without that, it'd be in D tier. But the fact that there's many lovable characters for me, as in Law, as in Luffy, as in Monet.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's in him. Yeah. Monet is bad as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Kuzukabe. She's probably in my top 3 actually. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I don't know. Post time skip Robin kind of.
Yeah. Ooh. So you've only read, Dressrosa and Zoo now, isn't it?
I'll rank this. I think I'm like more than halfway through Whole Cake.
Wouldn't. Yeah, do not rank it yet. Second half of Whole Cake really is very different.
Good different or not?
Very just different. Not necessarily good. Not necessarily bad.
One thing I was aware of before even starting One Piece is that there's a Luffy versus Katakuri goes on for 9 years or some shit.
Yeah,
it just lasts forever. I saw that on some YouTuber watching it. I don't know, but I like Katakuri and I like Luffy, so if it's a fight, I'm kind of down for it. Right.
Yeah, and it's not just full episodes of the fight, and it's not just Katakuri versus Luffy. There's other elements of the fight. It's just it does get dragged on for a little too long, in my opinion. But I think the rest of Whole Cake Island, the Big Mom pirates themselves, the Sweet Generals, the fact that all of the Devil Fruit powers are very, very like food related, and even though Big Mom has 50 children, and they're all very, very, very distinct, and they've all got their own power set, and they're all very recognizable, and like even the small characters like Prospero and Oven and Cracker, these are all characters which I still think, I'd love to see them come back into the story. I'd love to see what they do, how they would react. Crazy.
Luffy versus Cracker, I really enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
And there's a Cracker moment which you will run into
for fuck's sake
in the next 2 years, maybe. Oh. Probably some of the best animation I've seen in a while.
Damn. So, okay. I'm being honest with you. It was like mid as fuck until we started getting into like Odin lore. I by the way, already like I can't remember the older samurai's name, but Momonosuke, I love him. I love him so much.
Kinemon, you were thinking of?
Yeah, Kinemon. Yeah, those two, love it. Just
agreed. Yeah,
I love it. Okay, it's just sick. Momonosuke, I love his voice actor. I don't know. It's just I just really like him. The whole Odin, Wano, Samurai, Kaido thing, getting some more like kind of lore on that and the poneglyphs, saved that arc for me. First half, the whole like what they called the minks, kind of like war thing, which didn't end up really mattering all that much, was like I I didn't care too much. It was just sort of alright. I really love Carrot. I think Carrot's a really cool and like I love how excited she is, and I love the whole electric kind of power thing. The Carrot is the only Minx I really care about, so I'm Pedro's cool as well, actually.
Yeah, chill out with the Minx being the only ones you care about because you were going to meet. So with Zoo, you know how a lot of these arcs are sort of paid together. Zoo is linked heavily with Wano. So I'd hold off on a lot of your sort of assumptions of the Minx and sort of what they do, because Cat Viper and I can't remember the dog's name, and it's gonna bug me. But I can tell you for a fact that you will love the Minx, because they get so much more interesting the longer you read into it, and the more you see, they get linked heavily. It's sick. I love the Minx. But
fair enough.
I still think Zoo is probably at best low B in my eyes.
I was gonna go top C, but I'd say I'm gonna put it top C, but I can see the justification for B. It's just I feel like I can't thinking about how much I enjoyed these compared to that, like it's just not on the same level, I don't think.
I still think you'll retcon that once you've finished Wano. You'll come back and you'll go.
I think this will change a lot by the time I finished it. Like for previous arcs, it will still change.
Yeah, because mine changes week. Like I said before, mine changes weekly. You know, like straight up. Dressrosa though.
I mean, it's obviously A.
I'd put it S.
Really?
Honestly, yeah. Because I read it first, so I had the reading of it first, so I had the right pacing, so I didn't have to sit through all of the Duas flashbacks and what have you. So I managed to just be able to experience it how it was intended by Oda, and I've got to say, it's up there with some of the best storytelling that he's done so far.
Yeah.
Huge Dressrosa fan. And I think they butchered it in the anime, which is so sad.
The anime was paced very strangely, I thought. Also, the fights, I feel like the fights, something about it, the actual like animation and quality felt like it downgraded from the last arc. Like, I felt like Punk Hazard and Fishman Island looked better than Dressrosa did. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense because that's not how that should work, but it was.
And it did.
Storytelling-wise, it was great. Doflamingo, just ridiculously solid antagonist. More than solid, like just very well written character.
Just the purest form of evil I think we've seen.
Yeah. I mean, the Celestial
One Piece
Dragons,
at that point.
The Celestial Dragons in general, I have a burning hatred for. It helped a lot to hate Doflamingo, to know that he's, you know, from that kind of background. But yeah, really cool Devil Fruit. Gear 4 is my favorite thing that I've seen, except from Lore, because Lore is just, I don't know what it is. I fucking love Lore, but Gear 4 is easily up there. Like,
yeah, but
I don't know what it is.
I really think you're forgetting like just how good Dressrosa was. You have no idea how good Tim Duncan was. But now, generally, like the Colosseum arc, Kairos and Lucy, the Tontatas, the like sort of arc where they were trying to get to Sugar, and the whole infiltrating the castle, the toys. I just think it was just perfect.
I'm running through it in my head now.
Yeah, the horrid pacing, and like before you came, I think, Paul, I was saying I read through Dressrosa before I watched it, so I managed to sort of have it as the source material intended. Yeah, the toy backstory made it for me. I think it was just such a interesting way of making such a harmless devil fruit power such a scary concept. I think he nailed it. Wait, isn't this a JJK stream?
No. Bro, JJK is dead. We've had like under 15 viewers for the last fucking hour and a half. I did not expect good numbers for this stream because JJK is just not living right now.
No.
I always knew we were gonna end up doing this anyway.
Yeah, it was always gonna switch.
Yeah.
What we were gonna end up doing. But
Law's backstory and Corazon was like probably my favorite part. To be honest.
Yeah,
I
Kusakabe,
love him.
Kairos. Yeah. Really great character, the one-legged soldier.
Yeah, he was sick.
Perfect. I think it was just such an interesting way, and he was just such a good character that he didn't lose his morals, he didn't lose his moral compass, even though he was taken by, Sugar's power. And the fact that he fought with Luffy right from the start, all the way through the Colosseum, Tabo in the Ark, Jesus Burgess, like straight up, we met so many big characters.
Sabo.
Also, oh my god, what's his name? Barrier Man.
Bartholomew?
Bart, yeah.
Bartholomew, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fanboy.
Yeah, the fanboy. Like, such a cool ability. Such a,
Yeah, it was.
shit ability, but you think, actually, the way that he used it, Bartholomew, yeah. Yeah. There was just so many cool points throughout, and the pacing just killed it in anime.
Yeah, the Sabo thing was really good.
Yeah. And the end where, that ending fight where they fighting all the fish, and it's like a sort of free-for-all. We've never really seen,
Yeah.
a Colosseum style, arc before that point.
I do love an arena arc.
Yeah, me too, man.
I do
Especially
love an
like
arena.
the Hunter x Hunter
Yeah.
arena arc comes to mind, and I sort of got heavy vibes from that, and it was excellent.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm thinking back through, and I don't think there's a weak character in the Dressrosa arc.
I think
Because like even the whole like having the gang split up because they had to take people to the green bit, and there was also people trying to do other things, and then man,
yeah, common games vibes.
S tier for me. S tier for me.
It's still high A for me. I'm not gonna lie. My enjoyment, like, I agree with everything you're saying, but when I think about my enjoyment of those top 3 arcs in S tier compared to Dressrosa, it's not on the same level. It's like when you're scaling, like, it's the Yuta of A tier. That makes sense. Like, for me, those top 3 are the Gojo and Sukuna. It's just a different level.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Dressrosa needs its own tier in between A and S. Because it's not on that level for me, but it's like, it's
To get in there.
You know what I mean. Alright.
Yeah, no, I see it.
But, yeah. Whole Cake.
For me, it's where Dressrosa would be.
Yeah?
I think it's top of A tier. Yeah.
I
think the moments towards the end, I'm going to avoid talking about it too much because I don't want to spoil it.
Makes me think that Oda loves Sanji so much.
Yeah. Well,
great backstory.
Yeah.
Awesome character.
I love the Germa 66 stuff.
Germa 66 is so unbelievable. They were cool anyway because I love their design. I'm not gonna lie. I love Raiju, his sister.
Yeah.
And I think they were always cool, but it was in the anime, the genuine Power Ranger style suit up that I was just like, yep.
I loved it, man.
This is the best thing I've ever seen. And I put out a tweet that night. I was like, this is the best thing One Piece has ever done. And then I said something about Sanji for interaction bait, but that's not the point. It was everything I've seen so far is like, it's got iffy pacing, not as bad as Dressrosa.
Yeah.
It looks a lot better than Dressrosa.
Which is nice.
Yeah, and Big Mom is just so strong. So strong.
Yes.
I've made my mind up for agenda reasons that Shanks is the outright strongest character in the history of ever in One Piece, which I'm sure is wrong, but I'm agenda. I jumped on that boat and I'm not leaving it. So obviously Shanks slams, but Big Mom's like probably the strongest I've seen. Maybe like Whitebeard obviously is an exception, I feel like.
Yeah, Whitebeard's prime would have...
I feel like what I know of Garp and what's his face? Maybe Akinu. I never say that name right. As like those two, I can see it. Mihawk solos. I don't know. Like Mihawk has got the aura, but I need to like.
You do need to see more.
Like I feel like he's the greatest swordsman, but that doesn't mean he's the greatest. Like he's not the greatest haki user. He's the greatest swordsman. At least that's what I'm picking up. It's like I get it. He's on Shanks level, sure, but
however, he's used haki that much. His armament and haki his sword so much as turned black into one of the only black blades in the world.
Yeah.
You don't do that just by being just a good swordsman. You do that by being incredibly proficient with haki as well. And we still haven't really had an understanding of how he can throw slashes with his sword and use it as a ranged attack, even though he doesn't have a devil fruit.
Doesn't everyone do that though? Like Zoro does that.
But not to the level of doing it in the Baratie that early in the story. This was something because they specifically green slashes as well.
Yeah, it's the kind of like blaster effect that makes it different, I think.
Yeah, Kusakami, I completely agree with you, man. Yeah, spot on. Obviously, Allons won't know about that, but
no, I know Gandhi, real life Donnie. Yeah, he'd fuck me Hawk up for sure, 100%. He ain't watching One Piece. What is bro saying? Standard projected attacks. Yeah, but it's green. It's like a fucking... It's throwing... It looks like it's throwing a lightsaber. Everyone else looks like they're throwing dismantles.
And if you look at the way that Mihawk to travel around on a literal raft with his sword powering it.
I love that, by the way. His little motorboat.
Please don't tell me it's just a projected attack, because if it was just a projected attack, how the fuck is his sword powering his boat? And why is he confident enough to sail the seas, and how completely dangerous and treacherous all of these areas are? We've seen all the way throughout. The fact that he's literally traveling on a raft on his own with no crew is a testament to his power.
I love his bounty compared to the rest of the Warlords. I find that shit so funny. All the rest of the Warlords are like fucking 300 mil, 200 mil, 600 mil, 3 billion. It's fucking crazy. I mean, I gathered that Mihawk is like, a lot of people have just decided he's Yonko level, and the thing is that I would start having to go at it, but the fact is he's got aura, he's got the impact in the story, like, the implication is very clearly there. He's also as much of a statement merchant as Shanks is, as far as I'm concerned, and I love Shanks, so I can't hate on Mihawk too much, especially because he also, I don't know if anyone's, no, actually, Jaff, you'll know, because I remember you saying you love it. He, you know when he's in his castle, right, sipping his wine and talking to Zoro, he gives me such Clone Wars Count Dooku vibes.
Yeah, man.
Like, and
you get it.
Also, like, Count Dooku is stated as like one of, if not the greatest lightsaber duelists in the history of Star Wars ever. In fact, Darth Sidious, the literal emperor, his master, outright said that if it was just a matter of dueling, that Count Dooku would beat him.
Yeah.
And he also has the whole, like, it by himself in a castle in his little, like, chair with it. I don't know, it just gave me...
Yes,
it gave me such Count Dooku vibes, like Clone Wars Count Dooku specifically. I don't know what it was, I loved it. Made me love Mihawk so much more.
Yeah, I think the time skip is great, and it's a really good addition to Mihawk's character, and the fact that he's also sort of compliant with allowing Perona to stay with him, even though he's just completely hating her being around, and the fact that she's just constantly there, and the fact that Zoro turns up, he's just so unimpressed with people invading his home. Yet he still trains Zoro against the Humandrils, and you know, all of that. We've all seen the arc. We all know what I'm talking about.
Tower, I'm curious, like what makes you say Mihawk over Shanks? As far as I'm concerned, it's just they're just on the same level. Unless it's spoilers, obviously, then don't tell me.
It's sort of headcanon, I can't lie.
That's what the impression I'm getting, right? Is
yeah,
that
Tower,
just...
I get where you're coming from, but right now the only thing is we have a lot more feats of Shanks, especially. But I'm being very careful now because Allons hasn't seen. But like, you guys will know what I mean when I say Divine Departure and other feats throughout the later sort of arcs that solidify him as much more stronger than Mihawk as we've seen. But I'm only saying that because that's what's been in the canon. That's what we've seen. Obviously, we know Mihawk is strong, but we just haven't seen to what extent he's strong. Obviously, he could overtake Shanks, but I very much think that they were on a level playing field before Shanks has lost his arm. And the fact that Mihawk don't even want to fight Shanks anymore because he's just sort of damaged goods, I think that's also like sort of telling that Mihawk knows his worth, and he knows that Shanks with 2 arms would have given him a fight, but Shanks with 1 arm is just not the guy. See, and Tower, you have typed out exactly what I just said, man. Literally, we've got the same exact ideas.
But does Mihawk, from what I've gathered, is like, does Mihawk say it wouldn't be a challenge anymore? Or, because my impression isn't like Mihawk's going, he'd be easy now. It's Mihawk going, he was my like toe-to-toe rival. I don't want to challenge him unless he's 100%. Do you get what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I feel like it doesn't mean Mihawk thinks, I just win. I think it's just a matter of respect. Like, you see it in Marineford when Shanks turns up and Mihawk goes, he's not scared of Shanks. I could see that very clearly, that it was respect, not fear. Like, it's... I think he has that level of respect where it's like, he wouldn't get any satisfaction out of beating Shanks when in his mind Shanks isn't at 100%. Even if he was, the idea that he isn't, or even just a bit below, it's not as good as his old rival. He wouldn't get the satisfaction and reward from that. I don't think it is as simple as, Mihawk's like, this is just no diff now. I don't think it works like that.
No. I just think that he's too proud in his own abilities that he won't stoop low enough to fight damaged goods, even if they want to. I think he knows his worth, and we saw that right the way back to Baratier when Zoro wanted to fight him more than anything, and he pulled out his smallest blade and cooked him. And I think that's sort of a testament to the character that Mihawk is. And we are definitely seeing him, for those of you which are caught up, we are definitely seeing some form of something happening soon, because he's been shelved for far too long, and he's now sort of looming in a really interesting place in the story. So,
I mean,
yeah, I'm a big Mihawk fan, and as much as I love Shanks, I still think that he's going to get packed up if him and Mihawk fight again.
Thing is, right, I know already that because there might be more, but there's been nothing big from Mihawk, right, in the series. It's gonna be so huge when Zoro and Mihawk fight, and you get to see Mihawk go all out in a fight.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how fucking insane that's gonna be. For, like, just the anime community in general when that shit finally happens. I can't wait. And I'm not even finished with One Piece yet.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, you've been on the calm part of the roller coaster. You've been on the first couple of little loop-de-loops. You're thinking, this is real fun. You've not got to the real, the real sort of excitement yet. I still think that you are about to get your socks blown off. Because it does really, really pick up. I'm looking at those three arcs that we've got coming up. And then the following arc, which they're animated right now. And you've got some real, real good moments coming up.
Without
some perfect moments.
Without saying anything on it at all, literally just a word. What would you put Wano and Reverie in?
Wano A, only thing which harms it is its pacing sometimes.
Fair.
Reverie is literally like 8 episodes.
Oh, okay.
But is incredibly important in terms of the following final saga.
Wait, Reverie,
So that.
That must be world government-y stuff, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's
I've
set
heard
in
that
Marijua.
word tossed around now. Yeah, I keep hearing that.
So, yeah, the Reverie is like almost a festival which is held, I'm fairly certain it's every 40 years, where all of the rulers involved with the world government do all meet for essentially just like a big panel. Yeah. Bro has not seen the things I've seen in Egghead. Exactly, man. Like, I can't even tell you how good Egghead is.
I
can't even put it into words.
The only thing I know about Egghead is I've seen the location, and I think I remember telling you, we had this little minor conversation when we watched a My Hero movie. I love a location like that. The kind of like high-techy, yeah, I love it. It's so immersive for me. Yeah, that like I'm looking forward to Egghead the most purely because I love that aesthetic so much.
You'll love it. And I think the next 3 themes are really, really good. Like Whole Cake Island is a real great theme. It's all food related. Everything is like to do with Big Mom's gluttony and her hunger and everything around that. Wano is samurais, ancient feudal Japan, warring nations, like the shoguns fighting against each other and a shogun from the past trying to topple the current ruler. It's really, really sort of...
I haven't even watched it. I feel like Wano is going to be in my S. Fuck pacing.
Wano is great. Wano is great. And towards the end, wow. And I just think the mix of everything in there, the character design, the characters which are involved in it, even though it's set in feudal Japan or the area is meant to replicate feudal Japan, the characters involved are not just all ninjas. There's different dribbles of different theming and, you know, obviously, you know, Kaido is involved. You know, Kaido as a character and the final sort of being able to really meet who this guy is wow.
Yeah.
Just huge thumbs up to Oda because he's just done a real good job. It's just the problem is it is long and the anime does make a bit of a pig's ear of the pacing sometimes, especially in the earlier episode. Not so much towards the end because in the end, obviously, you get all the big fights and hearing more and seeing more of the big fights is always fun, even if they do drag on for, you know, a long time. That Luffy and Kaido fight, I'm fairly certain was like 50 to 60, 70 episodes.
Damn.
It's a long ass fight.
That's sick though. I'll be locked in for it.
Yeah. Paul, just be careful because Allons has only watched up to Whole Cake. So I get where you're coming from, mate, and I agree. But let's keep it to sort of Whole Cake.
Spoiler free.
Yeah. Obviously talk about everything before Whole Cake and then to that point I just stop. But yeah, it's, you know, it's difficult to not see a lot of stuff about One Piece because it is very much plastered across Twitter a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, even without Twitter, I think I like just YouTube algorithm for anime in general. I would have seen Gear 5 before as a picture. Like,
it's one of the most iconic transformations. Let's be fair. So
I've seen none of the fights, which is very good considering how much I keep hearing about Wano. But
I have no idea.
Gear 5, I've seen the very interesting design, very different to anything I've seen.
Yeah.
And I know that it's busted, but I don't know what it does.
You'll love it. And Onigashima Tower, I completely agree, mate. It is by far one of the strongest arcs in the entire series. It's just big thumbs up. I'd agree Gear 4 is over Gear 5, in my opinion.
Design-wise, I'd agree. Just from seeing both, like, as a design, I think Gear 4 is just so unbelievably cool.
Yeah, I'm a Gear 4 supporter until the day I die. I think it's
you'll probably
the coolest out of all of them. Yeah.
We'll
I think
see.
the most
We'll see.
iconic pose is certainly Gear 2.
Yeah, I mean,
however,
even I know that.
I still like that moment in Eni's lobby with the Luffy and Lucci fight. and the Gear 2 sort of pose with the smoke behind. Wow, like I just don't think you can get any more iconic. It's just such a perfect silhouette until later on, and then people can talk about the silhouette.
What I really want is I think I haven't. You mentioned something about music recently. I've heard I think it's. I don't know if it's in the show or not. I just know that it's a cover track made by someone else. But it's like an epic orchestra version of Overtaken, which is so cool. And I really hope there's some kind of version of that in the show. It's just that theme. You know, it goes like dun dun dun. Dun, 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 dun. Where it's like the fucking epic version, bro. If there's anything like that.
The orchestra version.
Oh.
That is in Wano.
Oh, to see that shit, bro. That's one of the reasons why, like, Attack on Titan in terms of manga would probably not be my favorite. I haven't actually read the manga all the way through, but it doesn't hit the same. The anime just executed it. I mean, it's still the best story ever told. I'll stand by that to the day I die. But the anime did everything to perfection, and one of the best things it did is I think it has the best soundtrack out of anything I've seen ever. Music does so much for me when I watch something. Like My Hero.
Yeah.
What's it called? You Say Run. Bro, it carries so many moments. And then they know it's a cheat code. You just play that song, and suddenly everything's 50% more hype.
Yeah.
And I'm
exactly
seeing the same vibe. Like
Overtaken.
Overtaken is like every time it comes, especially Eni's Lobby, it hits.
Yeah.
It hits. I just need it to get more epic.
And it will. And you'll hear the drums of liberation. And you will, especially because I know how much you love music and how much it makes the series for you, you will hear it immediately and you'll go, and there it is. And like you'll get chills and the hair will stand up on the back of your neck and you'll go, holy shit, I am watching Peak once again.
Oh, Kusakabe knows. Kusakabe W opinion for once. For the first time, we can agree. Barricades is peak, bro. It's so good. It's so good. I love
Kusakabe had two great takes then, because the Bleach soundtrack is unbelievably cool as well, because it takes a very, very different approach to anime themes.
I've never heard anything.
It's like almost like a soul jazz theme tune. Oh my! You're gonna have to just listen to it, please. I need to head to the toilet. Listen to it while I'm gone.
Honestly, I'm gonna cut the stream. I think because I
was about to say it's 1 a.m. and we've been live for 4 hours.
And we've been under 10 viewers for like the last 2 hours because JJK doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely gonna do a 263 stream. I think like after the chapter's out.
Yeah.
Because it's been so long and I need to. Why have the viewers just gone up? The fuck? But yeah, you can see by the numbers on this stream compared to normal, and just on my videos as well. Like, I'm so glad you didn't post a Hakari video.
Yeah, me too.
It was not. I regret posting a lot of the stuff I posted. But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up, guys, because it's been 4 hours. I need to sleep and like, you know, there's like 5 people here. But we've gone through a lot. React to some stuff, good conversations, and 263 is going to be huge. So
yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, and I'm sure that I can make myself free if the chat wants my opinions on 263. I'm sure that I can make it happen, as long as Allons would have me back on.
100%, anytime.
And
sorry,
we can get stuck into the 263.
Yeah.
Break is finally over, guys.
Feels good, man. The numbers, they need to climb. I can't have just Kusakabe in chat flaming me. I need more.
See, even the chat love me. 6 viewers and the boys are still after me.
Hey, we can't spam the lung emojis anymore, though. I've had my surgery. We're all good now.
Yeah, no broken lungs anymore.
Yep.
But, yeah, we will see you Wednesday.
Yeah.